Chapter 6:16. When a Gu master ascends to an immortal, their aperture would become an immortal aperture. Compared to the immortal aperture was a qualitative improvement. It was like opening up a whole new world. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were often called blessed lands. The immortal apertures of rank 8 and 9 Gu immortals were called grotto heavens. After a Gu immortal dies, if they leave behind their obsession, the obsession will fuse with the heaven and earth power in the immortal aperture and form a land spirit. Every immortal aperture was unique. It was a part of the Gu immortal's body. In a sense, even if a Gu immortal died, the land spirit and immortal aperture they left behind were another form of continuation of their life. It was precisely because they were formed from obsessions that they were stubborn and inflexible. There were many examples in history. For example, a powerful Gu immortal covets a certain blessed land, but in the end the land spirit would not allow it to recognize him as its owner, and the land spirit would not allow it. In the end, the land spirit would self-destruct, causing the Gu immortal's efforts to be in vain. Giant Sun's will had forcefully sealed the Frost Jade Peacock Imperial Court's earth spirit, causing the latter to be enraged for more than 100,000 years. Now that he had to continue sealing it, the Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was ignited. What the hell is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension caused a hole in the blessed land? Imperial Court blessed land is appearing in the world. Unbelievable, this has never happened in tens of thousands of years. This is bad. I have a very bad premonition. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone exclaimed in shock. Fear and doubt quickly spread. Countless wounds appeared in the sky. The heavenly wall of the blessed land that was originally alternating between gold and silver. Right now they were covered in wounds, and from these wounds, people could see the starlight in northern plains night sky. Fang Yuan's gaze. However, there was still silence. Imperial Court blessed land will not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart. He was very certain of this. In history there were many examples of land spirits committing suicide and blessed land self-destructing, but this was definitely not the case before him. How could the arrangements of the Giant Sun Immortal be so easily overturned? This was the great effort of a rank 9 Gu Immortal, directly covering northern plains. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was the biggest obstacle. In the past, how could a land spirit create such a wave? But now Giant Sun's will had just awakened from its slumber and was caught unprepared. For the time being, he couldn't spare any effort to clean up the situation. And under the influence of my Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, the sealing power of the land spirit has dissipated by more than half. That is why the land spirit has the strength to struggle. Analyzing until here, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decisiveness and methods. He cleverly used Tai Bai Yunxing as a chess piece, using the only means at his disposal. He had fought for the most precious time, allowing the scales of victory to tilt in his favor. Although the land spirit cannot truly self-destruct, it can still extract its own heaven and earth qi. This is the most basic ability. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan looked into the distance at Tai Bai Yunxing. Above Tai Bai Yunxing's head, the tribulation clouds that had already dissipated gathered again. The dust on the ground. Similarly, it began to spread again. Large amounts of heaven and earth qi gushed out. A brand new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were about to form. What is going on? Why are there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Haven't they passed already? Yi Luisang's eyes opened wide at this sight. This is completely different from the records. Tai Bai Yunxing is very strange. How can there be two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in a row? He Lulan was also puzzled. They did not know the others were even more clueless. Seeing the imposing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities forming again, many people cried out in shock, expressing extreme worry towards Tai Bai Yunxing's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was ashen. Why are there still heavenly tribulations forming? That's not what my inheritance says. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. Because not only in the outside world at the same time, inside his immortal aperture, another heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was brewing. Mortal Gu becoming an immortal was like a Gu master becoming an immortal. It was a dangerous process of defying heaven and earth. When a Gu worm refines into an immortal Gu, it would naturally draw in heaven and earth qi, thus forming the corresponding heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With both internal and external problems attacking together, Tai Bai Yunxing was in a dilemma. He was afraid of losing sight of the other. The situation was very worrying. Fang Yuan used gruel mud immortal goo to awaken the land spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension became a crucial chess piece in the contest between the land spirit and Giant Sun's will. This immortal ascension was already out of the control of the people involved. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else was kept in the dark. They were muddle-headed and did not know the truth. Only Fang Yuan knew the land spirit's plan. The land spirit could not win against Giant Sun's will in a race for time, so it placed its attention on Tai Bai Yunxing. Heaven and earth chi were extracted by the land spirit by sacrificing its own foundation. Its goal was to form a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to destroy Tai Bai Yunxing. What benefits would destroying him bring to the land spirit? This involved the annexation of the immortal aperture. Mortal apertures could not annex each other, but after immortal ascension, the immortal aperture would become a small world. Between the heavens and earth, they could annex each other, which was even more beneficial to the Gu immortal. Earlier on Tianti Mountain, Fang Yuan had given up a quarter of Hu immortal blessed land's territory, which was quickly seized by other Gu immortals. Annexing other immortal apertures to strengthen one's own immortal aperture had many benefits. If the land spirit destroyed Tai Bai Yunxing, the latter would die, but his immortal aperture would remain. After the immortal aperture was left behind, it would naturally be annexed by Imperial Court blessed land. After this annexation, the blessed land's foundation would rise greatly, and the land spirit's strength would also rise sharply. This would be a huge help to it in breaking through Giant Sun's blockade. In the sky, black clouds rumbled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts converged into a ball of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust in the sky settled down, exposing the bare ground. A crack gradually appeared on the ground. It was hundreds of feet long, revealing bright red flames inside, like a desolate beast opening its bloody mouth. Flames rose up, condensed into smoke and surged up. Chaotic lightning ball. Restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This chaotic lightning ball was not only powerful, it also had the effect of destroying the Gu Master's thoughts and wills, causing chaos. The smoke sealed the world. As long as the Gu Master was trapped inside, they would lose their five senses, like falling into a maze, unable to struggle free. The chaotic lightning ball was not fast, but when used with restraining smoke, it was just right and its might could be maximized. Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly worried. Tai Bai Yunxing's failure. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. The hand holding the glass owner token tightened slightly. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. Still too weak. Too weak. With my current strength, I can only make use of the situation. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls tore through the air, emitting a strange screeching sound. It sounded like a woman's crying voice. It was extremely piercing. At the same time, the smoke surged, climbing towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was pale. The chaotic lightning ball's direction kept changing, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was not easy to dodge. Right now, there was smoke rising around him as if he was in an ancient forest. Once I enter the smoke, I will definitely die. Oh no, the immortal aperture's heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are also brewing. My defensive goo has already been used up. Tai Bai Yunxing gritted his teeth. Ruthlessness shone in his gaze. Fight. His whole body shone with a bright light. Several movement goo worms were activated, bringing his body flying upwards. The intense wind blew this old man's hair behind his head, causing it to flutter in the wind. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunxing directly charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above his head were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, it was like moths flying into a flame. Is Tai Bai Yunxing trying to commit suicide? Yilui Sang frowned. Good. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. The smoke seemed harmless and had no offensive ability. It only had the effect of trapping the enemy, but its threat was even greater than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunxing recognized the situation and made the best decision. He charged into the lightning cloud, and under the bombardment of the countless lightning balls, he moved like a fish in water. Bam bam bam. The lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunxing's body. He moved left and right, searching for a way out. His movement speed fluctuated between fast and slow, but it was always just right. Amazing. What kind of flying standard is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunxing is actually a flying master. He hit it too deeply. I only found out now. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that Tai Bai Yunxing was actually a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunxing is also proficient in cloud path goo worms. Yi Lui sang praised. He was not very surprised. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing Gu master. He had traveled in northern plains all these years and had encountered countless dangers. To be able to survive until today, he definitely had some skill. In fact, most healing Gu masters were not proficient in defense but in movement. When Gu masters were being nurtured, they were specially trained like this. Because on the battlefield, healing Gu masters were often the first targets, and most of the time they could not receive the help of their teammates. This required the healing Gu master to have a certain level of self-defense. As the #1 healing master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunxing is not proficient in defense, and he is so old, it is not surprising that he has such flying attainment. He Lulan thought of this and turned her head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fang Yuan was sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, seemingly paying attention to Tai Bai Yunxing. Compared to Tai Bai Yunxing, Chang Shanyin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little sparrow, you are jumping around quite happily. In True Yang Building, giant suns will laugh from extreme anger. 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely, multicolored light filled the sky, and a huge light pillar shot out. Immortal Gu, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone on Tai Bai Yunxing's surroundings, dispelling the lightning balls and piercing through the smoke. Ancestor is really favoring Tai Bai Yunxing. He is making a move again. Exclamations of admiration and jealousy rose one after another. This situation is too strange. Tai Bai Yunxing is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but he is actually receiving Ancestor's favor. Someone started to be suspicious. Chapter 617. Luck Inspection Gu. Fang Yuan's heart jolted. He poured his primeval essence into it. At the next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Gu was a rank 5 Luck Path Investigative Gu. It could allow him to see luck invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, looking at Tai Bai Yunxing's luck, the originally flourishing red fire luck had dissipated by a small half. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortals will helped him, causing his luck to be depleted. Now, it is helping him again, causing his luck to be reduced to a third of its original value. Fang Yuan thought. He looked at his own luck. It was still black coffin luck. It was as thick as ink and was even larger than before. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sneered to himself and looked at the Blessed Land's people. Almost everyone who was watching Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension had their luck changed. Most of the Gu masters had unknowingly been shrouded in a layer of small black coffin luck. Only He Lulan still had green luck. Looking around, Fang Yuan felt his eyes hurting. He wisely stopped using Luck Inspection Gu. During the process of a Gu master's immortal ascension, heaven and earth chi would boil. Using Gu worms in such an environment would definitely cause backlash. If he persisted, both the human and Gu would be injured or even die. As his vision returned to normal, Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing again. He was moving between the lightning bolts, passing through the gaps in the clouds, displaying his master-level flying attainment. He had no defensive Gu on him. He was purely moving to avoid the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope. It was extremely dangerous. To avoid the earthly calamities restraining smoke, he had charged into the lightning clouds. This was a wise choice, but it was also a helpless move. If not for my green grape immortal essence, I would have turned into unlimited primeval essence. Otherwise, my aperture would have already been exhausted at this insane speed. Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. His hair was in a mess, his body was weak, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. But suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed its direction, smashing towards him. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. For a moment he could only stare angrily. At the critical moment, a white beam of light shot over. It hit the chaotic thunderball. Under the illumination of the light, the ball of lightning quickly melted and turned into a puff of pure and clear air. Divert Disaster Gu. The rescue at 88-point Jinyang Tower had once again helped Tai Bai Yunxing. So close, even though I became a Gu immortal, I have no defenses. If you're struck by the chaotic thunderball, you'll definitely be injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yunxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fear lingered in his heart. After becoming a Gu immortal, his life essence had been elevated. If it was immortal, a single chaotic lightning ball would be enough to take their life. Gu immortals were not afraid even if they had no defensive Gu worms. However, it was not a problem for him to endure a dozen or so thunderballs. However, the key point was that the chaotic thunderball had special effects. After being hit, Tai Bai Yunxing's thoughts would be in chaos, his thoughts would be in chaos and he would not be able to think. At this crucial moment, if Tai Bai Yunxing floated in the air, countless chaotic thunderballs would rush towards him. If he was hit by these thunderballs, Tai Bai Yunxing would not even have the ability to think, he would be bombarded and drowned by the countless thunderballs. Quickly look. 88-point Jinyang Tower has saved Tai Bai Yunxing once again. That's right, this situation has already happened at least a dozen times. With True Yang Tower's help, it seems Tai Bai Yunxing's success in passing the tribulation is certain. Outside the arena, everyone was amazed and envious at this scene. Such a huge reinforcement, can it really work? Heilolan's eyes shined with brilliance, but she had a different opinion in her heart. In this environment where heaven and earth chi were boiling, any goo worm that was used would attract a strong backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was no exception. In the history of goo masters, there were many cases of using immortal goo to help during tribulation, but the backlash eventually destroyed the immortal goo. It was just that most people were amateurs, they did not know such secrets. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo is one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is used to divert disaster for Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's Will would absolutely not sacrifice this precious immortal goo for Tai Bai Yunxing. That is to say, Giant Sun's Will's support is limited. Next is the most crucial part. Everything depends on whether Tai Bai Yunxing can quickly pass the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. Fang Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, his heart also starting to throb. After all, landscape as before goo was his main target in this trip to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunxing's speed gradually slowed down. He had internal and external problems. The external problem was the land spirit scheme, while the internal problem was the mortal goo ascending to a mortal realm, causing calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Especially this internal problem, it was drawing more and more of his attention, causing his reaction to the outside world to slow down. Suddenly his body shook and he completely stopped moving. At the next moment, countless chaotic lightning balls smashed towards him. Divert Disaster Light Pillar shined with a dazzling light, it also exploded and enveloped Tai Bai Yunxing. The most crucial moment has arrived. Fang Yuan, He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others could clearly see this, their gazes flashed. At this moment in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, a dazzling light burst out, filling the sky and earth. The aura of the immortal goo burst out majestically. In the dazzling light, an immortal goo slowly rose up. It was shaped like a ladybug, fist-sized and had a jade-like body. There were natural markings on its round shell. Half were rivers and lakes, while the other half were hills and peaks. So this immortal goo is formed from the combination of river as before and mountain as before. It seems its effect is the combination and enhancement of river as before and mountain as before. Tai Bai Yunxing guessed. This was refined using heaven and earth resonance, he did not personally refine it, thus he was not clear about the effect of landscape as before. After observing for a few breaths of time, Tai Bai Yunxing shifted his attention to the center of the blessed land. Immortal goo landscape as before was not his target, it was only a pleasant surprise. At this moment, at the center of the blessed land, the cocoon formed by man as before goo also had cracks on it. Dazzling multicolored light flowed out of the cracks. Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The cocoon dissipated. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully, everywhere it went, a multicolored rainbow light would scatter along the butterfly's path. The shape of the rainbow was like a twisting phantom. Success, immortal goo man as before. Wow. Seeing this, Tai Bai Yunxing cried tears of joy, he raised his head and laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many worries and expectations, so many times his life was hanging by a thread. At this moment he obtained the perfect result. But the internal problems were still there. In the immortal aperture, green tribulation clouds rumbled, forming into a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a rotten silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail turned into chi, becoming one with the tribulation clouds that covered the sky. The ground started to shake, rumbling like thunder, the deafening sound was deafening. The newly formed ground started to crack, lava gushed out of the cracks and thick smoke rose. 10,000 li of dry land. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook, facing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone, he felt an unparalleled pressure. He placed his hope on the immortal goo landscape as before. Come. He willed, and a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into landscape as before goo. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately spread its wings, turning into a flash of light as it flew away. Everywhere it went. In a radius of 10,000 li, the earth returned to spring, the mountains and rivers were like before, returning to the moment before the earthly calamity. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart immediately calmed down. With landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear of the molten earth calamity. How? The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, letting out a strange roar. It suddenly shot out, its huge body bringing along tornadoes as it pounced towards landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly became nervous. Immortal Gu had their own abilities except for defensive Gu, they were all weak. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, the situation would be very disadvantageous to Tai Bai Yunxing. Fortunately, landscape as before Gu resonated with heaven and earth. It was born in his immortal aperture, and could be controlled by him like an extension of his arm. Tai Bai Yunxing had accumulated a lot. He quickly activated landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. Behind him, the silver horn green scale python attacked dozens of times, causing mountains and rivers to collapse. The earth to crack, sand and rocks were sent flying, and intense winds were created. Oh no! If this goes on. Tai Bai Yunxing's mind was extremely concentrated. After a few breaths of time, his forehead was already covered in sweat. His eyes were shut, his body was still floating in the air, allowing the chaotic lightning balls to attack him. Fortunately, he had Divert Disaster Immortal Gu's light pillar to protect his body. Although Tai Bai Yunxing could not care about the outside world, he had not forgotten about the external threat. The terrible situation prompted him to make a decisive decision to cut off his wrists. The reinforcements at 88-point Jinyang Tower are limited, who knows when they will stop. I can only do this. Man as before immortal Gu is in my hands now. As long as there is time, there is hope. Cut cut. Tai Bai Yunxing screamed in his heart. Giving up a pawn to save the general, he resolutely gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, and started to cut the sky. The blessed land was the foundation of a Gu immortal. Cutting the blessed land was the same as harming oneself, reducing one's strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunxing had no choice but to do this. Like when Fang Yuan underwent the earthly calamity in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing was also making a decisive decision. The sky of the immortal aperture was cut layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were directly expelled from his body. Outside his body was Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock chirped happily, immediately devouring these blessed land fragments to increase its strength. Giant Suns will roared in anger. He was protecting Tai Bai Yunxing's life now, but the latter was supporting the enemy. Giant Suns will had no choice but to protect him. If Tai Bai Yunxing died, his entire immortal aperture would be annexed by Imperial Court blessed land. And most importantly, Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was already full of cracks. If it continued to support Tai Bai Yunxing, it might be destroyed by the backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunxing died, it would also be disadvantageous to Giant Sun's will. Chapter 618. Inside the immortal aperture, the sky was being shaved off layer by layer. The thick tribulation clouds were becoming thinner. The rampaging silver horn green scale python was now only 1/10 of its original size. Its might was even weaker. The situation was turning for the better for Tai Bai Yunxing. Success is close at hand. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes were filled with tears as he opened them. The situation inside the immortal aperture was gradually stabilizing. He could already divert some of his attention to deal with the dangers outside. Seeing that he was enveloped by the light of Divert Disaster and could not be affected by the tribulation, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but feel gratitude. This time, it is all thanks to 88-point Jinyang Tower's help, otherwise I would not have even a trace of hope of success. The light of Divert Disaster suddenly vanished. The pitiful Tai Bai Yunxing was caught off guard. He was hit by the chaotic lightning balls that swarmed towards him. His thoughts were in chaos as he flew around, crashing into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls along the way, losing control of himself and losing his rationality. Before everyone could express their shock, the 88 True Yang building once again erupted with an extremely powerful suction force, directly sucking the frenzied Tai Bai Yunxing inside. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice Divert Disaster Gu, nor could he kill Tai Bai Yunxing. Of course, the best method was to expel Tai Bai Yunxing from the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, in the current situation, only Frost Jade Peacock could do this. Left with no choice, Giant Sunswill could only use this method. This was indeed a bad plan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, tribulation clouds and earthly calamity moved, covering 88-point Xinjiang Tower. Countless chaotic lightning balls rained down like a storm. The restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial python. It continued to seep in. After 88-point Xinjiang Tower absorbed Tai by Yunxing, it became the target of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai by Yunxing's life, Giant Sunswill chose to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How can this be? Lord Tai by Yunxing was sucked into True Yang Tower. What ability does he have? Worthy of the ancestors' favor? This is a heavenly tribulation, it will cause great damage to the True Yang building. Everyone was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, activating goo worms would result in backlash. 88-point Xinjiang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was essentially the combination of many immortal goo and countless mortal goo. Now he was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure itself was immense. And because of the backlash, it affected the coordination between the goo worms. There was no doubt that this was not a wise move. However, Tai by Yunxing had become the key to the battle between Giant Sunswill and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sunswill had no choice but to resort to this method. In the 88-point Xinjiang Tower, the Frost Jade Peacock was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly dodging between the towering trees. A total of 5 immortal goo. It dragged behind it a trail of colorful flames. They surrounded and intercepted it. The Frost Jade Peacock didn't want to be sealed again, so it fled with all its might. Gradually, it became so flustered that it didn't know where it was going, knocking down countless giant trees along the way. The True Yang building was controlled by Giant Sunswill. It was a natural cage that could mobilize any strength in the round. Frost Jade Peacock became a caged bird, and the giant trees turned into tree men, opening their arms to block it. Squeak! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly screeched. It received a huge blow. It tore apart the defense of the 3 ancient tree men, but its speed fell greatly because of this. A metal path immortal goo behind it caught up. A layer of golden light quickly spread out from its body. Wherever the golden light went, it condensed into a thick golden shell, firmly covering Frost Jade Peacock's body. Frost Jade Peacock only felt that the areas covered by the golden light could not move at all. It was immediately shocked and furious. It quickly flapped its wings trying to raise its speed again. But at the next moment, it suffered the attack of a second immortal goo. An intense drowsiness assaulted its mind, causing its eyes to blur as it felt a strong sense of drowsiness. Bang! A loud sound echoed. It fell from the sky and fell head first to the ground, unable to fly again. It had a premonition of its fate of being sealed again, and tears of grief and indignation flowed out of its eyes. Don't even think about it, don't even think about it. Frost Jade Peacock muttered, trying to resist with all its remaining strength. But although it still had the power of immortal goo gruel mud, the 2 immortal goo that sealed it were not restrained by immortal goo gruel mud. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Frost Jade Peacock burst out with an intense will to die. Disregarding everything, it extracted the foundation of Imperial Court blessed land, heaven and earth chi, to intensify the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As for it, it was rapidly weakening. Imperial Court blessed land was originally created by a space path goo immortal, thus the blessed land's area was huge, far surpassing its peers. Later, after Giant Sun Immortal's development, it became a top-tier blessed land, possessing astronomical changes. It could be said that it was already one step away from transforming into a grotto heaven. If it could annex the time path goo immortal Tai by Yunxing's immortal aperture, space and time would converge. It would be a huge supplement to Imperial Court blessed land. It was very likely to undergo a qualitative change and raise Imperial Court blessed land to a grotto heaven. In this way, Frost Jade Peacock would be able to destroy most of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Although it could not suppress 88-point Xinjiang Tower, it had the ability to sweep it away. But Giant Sunswill was too decisive. He would rather endure the attacks of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, to protect Tai by Yunxing's life. Frost Jade Peacock was only a remnant obsession of a dead goo immortal. How could it scheme against Giant Sunswill? But it was also because of this obsession that it had a sense of bravery. When it was sealed, it would rather be destroyed. Disregarding the consequences, it extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi from Imperial Court blessed land. This heaven and earth chi was like adding fuel to the fire, adding to the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. The number of chaotic lightning balls instantly increased by 10 times. Restraint smoke also underwent a new transformation. Its body expanded and became even darker. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely smashing onto 88-point Jinyang Tower. Amidst the intense explosions, 88-point Jinyang Tower was riddled with damage. The eaves were broken and cracks appeared on the outer walls. Restraint smoke turned into an even more troublesome life-taking smoke calamity. Its power was even greater and the smoke pervaded every opening. It permeated into 88-point Jinyang Tower, gradually dyeing its surface black. The pitch-black walls looked like they had been eroded by thousands of years of wind. They continued to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are getting stronger. This power is too terrifying. Quickly retreat, retreat. What's going on? Even the wind and snow outside the blessed land are pouring in. The spectators were all shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi, damaging the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a sturdy house. But now, the bricks and walls were all extracted, only the supporting frame of the house was left. This way, countless loopholes were formed. It was connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, the outside world, Northern Plains, was currently experiencing the 10-year snow calamity. Divert Disaster Gu's hibernation caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be attacked by the snow calamity. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a shelter. Large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature fell rapidly. Large snowflakes fluttered in the air. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not far from it. Little Sparrow, look at the trouble you have caused. Giant Sons will shouted angrily. Blessed lands and grotto heavens, every once in a while, they would welcome calamities and tribulations of varying sizes. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamity and tribulation. The great snow calamity that ravaged Northern Plains every 10 years was actually Imperial Court Blessed Land's calamity and tribulation. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was 88 True Yang building. It was also a top-grade blessed land with such a huge area. The fortune was too great, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were also extremely terrifying. Now that Divert Disaster Gu was hibernating, Imperial Court Blessed Land could communicate with the outside world, causing the 10-year snow calamity to return. 88-point Jinyang Tower could resist the lightning balls and black smoke, but it could not resist the great snow calamity that ravaged the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would crumble under the impact of the snow calamity. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88-point Jinyang Tower, but 88-point Jinyang Tower needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. However, there was only one way to salvage the situation. That was to activate Divert Disaster Gu and eliminate the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity, turning it into heaven and earth chi. Then, Imperial Court Blessed Land could absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation and close itself off from Northern Plains. Giant Sons could take a risk and barely activate Divert Disaster Gu. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land absorb heaven and earth chi, Frost Jade Peacock had to cooperate. To make this little sparrow cooperate, it is simply a fantasy. Even Giant Sons knew the difficulty. He helplessly thought of the only possibility, unless Frost Jade Peacock recognizes a new master. What Giant Sons did not know was that in Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, there was landscape as before immortal Gu that could easily resolve this problem. He was thinking of another immortal Gu that he had, false emotion fake will Gu. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was a pair of lovers who truly loved each other. However, nothing was absolute, the land spirit could not be deceived. Giant Sons knew that as long as he found two candidates and used false emotion fake will Gu, he could deceive the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize him again. With Frost Jade Peacock under his control again, all the problems could be resolved. Moreover, this method was very beneficial to Giant Sons' will. If he found two lovers who truly loved each other and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what if this pair of lovers did not obey Giant Sons' will's orders? By finding two unrelated people and using false emotion fake will Gu to fulfill the master recognition condition, Giant Sons would have the initiative. Because false emotion fake will Gu contained Giant Sons' will. False emotion fake will Gu was controlled by Giant Sons' will. Even if these two unrelated people became disloyal in the future, as long as the false emotion fake will Gu was still in his hands, At worst, Giant Sun's will could just choose 2 new people. Little Sparrow, you are still far from being able to fight me. Giant Sun's will was astute and far-sighted. He had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. The seemingly desperate situation could not stump him. With just a little thought, he thought of a solution. He immediately mobilized the strength of 88-point Jinyang Tower and began to inspect the candidates. At this moment, in Imperial Court-blessed land, everyone was fleeing for their lives. There were many casualties. The environment was rapidly worsening, the wind was bone-chilling, even a spit could instantly freeze into ice. Majestic snow poured down, tall and fierce snow monsters stood up from the depths of the snow, looking to devour people. But this could not stump Giant Sun's will. 88-point Jinyang Tower could plunder the resources of the whole of Northern Plains. Not to mention the 2 people in front of him? These 2 people naturally had to have Giant Sun's bloodline. Soon, Giant Sun's will selected 2 satisfactory candidates. Heilolan's vision suddenly changed. Even though she was rank 5 peak stage, she did not even have the ability to resist. She was forcefully sucked in by True Yang Tower. Save me. Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still frantically fleeing. He did not notice the changes in his surroundings. Bam! He crashed into the trunk of a huge tree in front of him. Feels like this kid ran with his eyes closed. Heilulan was speechless. Chapter 619. So painful, so painful. Ma Hongyun held his red forehead, grinning as he crawled up from the ground. What is this place? He discovered that the heavy snow had disappeared. The surroundings were warm like spring. It was not a world of ice and snow, but a vast ancient forest. Beside him, there was a huge ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen grown men holding hands could not wrap around it. The ancient trees reached the sky, the lush leaves covered the sky, the bright sunlight seeped through the gaps of the leaves, forming a peaceful shade. Compared to the outside world, this was like a paradise. You are now in 88-point Jinyang Tower. A voice suddenly resounded in Ma Hongyun and Heilolan's ears. Who is it? Heilolan's pupils shrunk. Ma Hongyun shouted in shock. Ghost? He panicked and subconsciously ran to Heilolan's side. Ghost? I'm not a ghost. If I could become a ghost, it would be much easier to do things. Unfortunately, I am only a will left behind by the main body. I am not even comparable to a ghost. Giant Sun's will sighed. Golden sand like light particles suddenly appeared in the air. These light particles rotated and suddenly condensed into a majestic figure. It was the appearance of Giant Sun Immortal. You are? Ma Hongyun stammered, pointing at Giant Sun's will. He was extremely shocked. Heilolan's pupils shrunk. He was after all the leader of Hei tribe. He knew a lot. His expression was solemn. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Junior greets ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun's will sighed again, saying, I know the 2 of you are filled with questions. Long story short. Not long ago, this person barged into True Yang Tower and unsealed the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock. This caused Imperial Court-blessed land to be in danger. As he said this, the golden sand light particles condensed into Changshan Yin's image. It's Wolf Wangda's man. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized him. It's him? Heilulan couldn't help but exclaim. But Giant Sun's will continued, what you see is not this person's true appearance. Saying so, Changshan Yin's image in the air gradually changed, eventually turning into Fang Yuan's original appearance. This is the true face of this person, Giant Sun's will said. Fang Yuan was impersonating Changshan Yin. He used the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo. It could deceive Heilulan and the others, but it could not deceive the immortal Venerable's will. Even when Fang Yuan was in the true inheritance secret realm, Giant Sun's will entered a deep slumber. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were many goo worms that recorded his image. After seeing Fang Yuan's true face, Heilulan and Ma Hongyun couldn't recognize him anymore. So this Changshan Yin is an imposter. They actually dared to invade Imperial Court-blessed land. Heilulan snorted coldly. Sensing the thick smell of a scheme, she was shocked and furious. Not only is he daring, he is also well prepared. From the 2 methods he used to plot against me, this is not something a single person can do. He definitely has a huge force behind him. You are all my bloodline descendants. True Yang building was plotted against by outsiders and is in deep danger. I need your strength now. Giant Sun's will said. Heilulan and Ma Hongyun looked at each other. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's words were simple. In a short while he explained everything clearly. So that's it. He Lulan came to a realization, finally understanding why Truyang Building would help Tai Bai Yunxing. His heart was pounding. Giant Sons Will wanted him to become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. The benefits involved were too shocking. Imperial Court Blessed Land has a very special condition to recognize a master. There are 2 blessed land owners. No wonder back then, Giant Sun Immortal wanted to set up a sacred palace for the Divine Empress to stay in. He doted on the Divine Empress a lot, and now it seems that the Divine Empress is the female lead of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using false emotion fake Wugu can deceive the land spirit. This is very good. But this kid, what ability does he have to be chosen by Ancestor Giant Sun to become the blessed land's owner on par with me? He Lulan's gaze was bright, looking at Ma Hongyun with deep disdain. Don't tell me Ancestor Giant Sun thinks he is easier to control? Thinking of this, He Lulan's gaze shook. Afraid of Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to let her imagination run wild. Different from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Wait! Lady Xiao Yun and Lady Xiao Li are still outside. I don't want to be the blessed land's owner. I need to go out and save them." Lady Xiao Yun was naturally Zhao Lianyun, and Lady Xiao Li was Chang Li. Back then, in order to win over Ma Yingjie, Chang Biao married his adopted daughter Chang Li to Ma Hongyun, thus Chang Li was Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sons will seem to think highly of Ma Hongyun, laughing heartily. Haha, tender feelings for the fairer sex as expected of my Giant Son's descendant. Kid, as long as you become the owner of Imperial Court, this will be your territory. At that time you can arrange as many women as you want. Ma Hongyun was stunned before stubbornly shouting, "No, it is so dangerous outside now. I need to save the 2 of them first. No matter what it is, we will talk about it later. Let me out quickly." Foolish kid, with your strength it will be hard for you to protect yourself. How can you protect others? Giant Sons will laugh heartily. Just stay here obediently and cooperate with me to become Imperial Court Blessed Land's owner. I'll save your woman. Giant Sons was swift and decisive. The moment he finished speaking, he made his move. Large numbers of Gu masters were drawn into Truyang Building. Almost all of them had Giant Sun's bloodline. These were his descendants. The reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up was to benefit his descendants. Of course, Giant Sons did not save these descendants who did not have Gu master aptitude. Fang Yuan saw all of this. Giant Sons made his move again. This time, many people were drawn into the tower. Mo Yao's said in his mind. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, floating in the air and looking at the sacred palace far away. But this place was already thousands of li away from his original location. The calamities and tribulations were getting more and more terrifying. Fang Yuan could only retreat again and again to avoid them. Around the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to intensify. It was already extremely dangerous. Frost Jade Peacock's move was too drastic. Even the power of Northern Plains' great blizzard of 10 years was attracted here. Right now, the sacred palace was mostly destroyed. Broken walls were flying around in the wind. It was no longer as majestic and glorious as before. 88-point Jinyang Tower's situation was worrying. It was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The inner layer was chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while the outer layer was a fierce blizzard that was getting thicker and thicker. Giant Sons has already awakened. He wants you dead. It is already a good thing that he did not target you. He will definitely not come to save us. We should retreat and go back to take Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion has a lot of immortal essence that I left behind back then. It can be used by itself. Go back to Central Continent and return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. The benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination. Why take the risk here? In his mind, Mo Yao continued to persuade. The situation had reached this point. The whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land was affected. Giant Sons had awakened. Water Pavilion could no longer hide. It was a good chance to retreat now while Truyang Building was busy with itself and suppressed by the heavenly tribulations. Retreat. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold. He looked at the glass owner token in his hand and sneered. This glass owner token was tightly gripped by him. This was a heavy trump card. He had not used it yet. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the special Will Gu formation. It was specially used to deal with Giant Sun's will. The second was the Sealing Gu formation. It could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal had left behind. The third method was more concealed and had greater power. It could temporarily pull Giant Sun's will out of Truyang Building. The glass owner token was the key to activating these three methods. Right now the first two methods had been used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger than the first two, it could be considered a trump card. Especially now. 88-point Xinyang Tower was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Once Giant Sun's Will was pulled out of the tower, he would definitely suffer from the terrifying attacks of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's words were indeed wise and prudent, but how could one gain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At the same time, inside Truyang Building, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun were pulled into the tower by Giant Sun's Will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun out of thin air. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was overjoyed as he flew towards them. Husband. Chang Li was surprised and happy as she escaped danger, directly throwing herself into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Zhao Lianyun also quickly walked to Ma Hongyun's side, her face filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun. Silly boy, to think there would be a time when you were useful. Aha, that is only natural. Ma Hongyun let go of her, sincerely looking at Giant Sun's Will in the air, thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, an intense tremor could be felt. At once, the whole forest was shaking. What's going on? Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun turned pale. Alright, don't talk nonsense, the heavenly tribulations are getting heavier. If this continues, even 88-point Xinyang Tower will not be able to withstand it. You need to become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land as soon as possible. Hurry up and do this. Giant Sun's Will's expression changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam, a group of tall tree men slowly walked over, each footstep was like the rumbling of thunder. The tree ants bent down and opened their lush palms, revealing the giant peacock that was unable to move. This is Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's Will introduced. At the same time, false emotion fake Will Goose slowly flew towards Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 620. Listen to my instructions, hold your breath, remain calm, be at ease, don't let your thoughts run wild. Giant Sun's Will instructed in a leisurely tone. Hei Lulan slowly closed her eyes, relaxing her breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chang Li watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. A light breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the Frost Jade Peacock, he shouted in surprise, "Look, this peacock is alive, it is crying." The tranquil atmosphere was suddenly destroyed, Giant Sun's Will's voice stopped. Hei Lulan endured her irritation, angrily opening her eyes and scolding, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. If the land spirit dies, it means the blessed land is finished. Who cares if it is crying or not, just do as I say." Oh. So it was like this, I was wrong. Ma Hongyun was frightened by the angry black tyrant, quickly nodding his head in agreement. Calm your mind, get rid of all distracting thoughts, don't think too much about anything, only like this can you display false emotion fake Will Goose power better. Giant Sun's Will continue to instruct. Hei Lulan closed her eyes, her breathing became lighter, a light breeze blew, bringing along the fragrance of plants. Wait a minute. Ma Hongyun suddenly shouted. You brat, you are courting death. Hei Lulan clenched her fists, a huge anger rising in her chest, she was flustered and exasperated. Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. You want me to have feelings for a man, I cannot accept it. Ma Hongyun was afraid of Hei Lulan's might, he muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against Hei Lulan while pleading with Giant Sun's Will. Disgraceful thing. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth, her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Her eyes shone with an ominous light. If not for Giant Sun's Will being beside him with his violent nature, he would have already punched and exploded Ma Hongyun's head. Idiot. The most important thing now is to save the blessed land, to salvage the situation. So what if you are a man? It's okay to be a little more carefree. I support you. Zhao Lianyun immediately shouted. She was worried that Hei Lulan would make things difficult for her. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. That's right, my husband. Everything is more important than anything else. I don't mind. Chang Li also whispered in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, Hey, it's easy for you to say that. Ancestor, I've thought of an idea. Why don't my wife and I do it? We are sincere, we can even save you the false emotion fake Will Gu. Ma Hongyun was simple and honest. He didn't think of the complicated relationship between them. To Giant Sun's Will, It was impossible not to use false emotion fake Wugu. He Lulan's killing intent surged. Ma Hongyun's suggestion greatly harmed his interests. His anger was at its peak, but with Giant Sun's will present he did not dare to act out. As expected, Giant Sun's will rejected Ma Hongyun's suggestion. Lad, you are still too young. Is true love so easy to find? In the face of a disaster they fly away separately. Couples in the mortal world are often like this. Do you think your wife truly loves you? Giant Sun's will's words made Chang Li's face turn pale. Indeed, Chang Li had never truly loved Ma Hongyun. Initially, she was sent to Ma tribe as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao, with the intention of befriending Ma Yingjie. But later on, Chang Biao died, Chang Li lost her backer and could only resign herself to fate, staying by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun had reached rank 3. He became Ma tribe's acting elder, his assets were no longer the same as before. He was also deeply trusted by Ma Yingjie and could afford to raise Chang Li. Ma Hongyun would become one of the owners of Imperial Court-blessed land. Giant Sun's will had already started investigating Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun, who had a close relationship with him. His method of investigation was simple, direct and effective. He directly sent a portion of his will into Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun's minds, flipping through their memories and thoughts. With the advantage of true yang building and the help of an immortal venerable, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyun could not sense that their secrets were being rapidly exposed by Giant Sun's will. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Ma Hongyun frowned. He was foolish and daring. He Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's will, but he dared to directly question him. Giant Sun's will laughed. You are indeed an idiot, lad. Never mind, it is understandable that your mind is not working fast. I will give you a lesson now. This wife of yours has an ulterior motive for getting close to you. She was purposely sent here by her foster father. Even when you saved the damsel in distress back then, it was merely a show. Chang Li's face turned pale, her body trembled. He Lulan was unmoved, he was already used to such dirty political tricks. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, he did not believe it. Giant Sun's will continued, there is also this little female companion of yours, she is called Zhao Lianyun. She is somewhat intelligent, she had no choice but to accompany you, she was forced by the situation. In the depths of her heart she did not even like you. She was only using you to protect herself. Of course, now that you have become stronger she has already started to rely on you. Zhao Lianyun's heart turned cold, the feeling of having her thoughts seen through was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the clothes she was wearing had been ripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute. She was not an ordinary child, she was a transmigrator, the hardships of her fate made her realize the mysteriousness and cruelty of this world. At this moment, Giant Sun's will suddenly paused, the will image in the air opened its eyes wide, revealing an expression of shock and anger. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Giant Sun's will's tone changed, he stared at Zhao Lianyun with eyes filled with disgust, scaring Zhao Lianyun into retreating a few steps. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. You truly have guts, you truly have guts. But a pity, you met me. Giant Sun's will revealed a dense killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? He Lulan was shocked, with his knowledge, it was the first time he had heard of such a term. He looked at Zhao Lianyun, but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Even if Ma Hongyun was stupid, he could still sense that something was wrong. He quickly ran in front of Zhao Lianyun, opening his arms, protecting her behind him. Brat, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sun's will raised his voice, his expression becoming cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Xiao Yun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Giant Sun's will shook his head, snickering. He disdained to explain, but for some reason he had to explain. Beaten to death? Brat, you are destined to become a Gu immortal. She will not help you. There will definitely be other people, other things that will help you. Otherworldly demons are the enemies of the whole world, they are a huge threat. If they are allowed to grow, the consequences will be unthinkable. There was once an otherworldly demon, when he matured, he almost destroyed the 5 regions. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun's will's words. It was truly too sensational. From his words, it sounded like an otherworldly demon was in existence that could rival rank 9 venerables. How was this possible? But the person who said this was someone that He Lulan had no choice but to believe. At once, He Lulan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. No, Lady Xiao Yun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun persisted in his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. She looked at Ma Hongyun's lonely figure, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demon was, but she had already guessed that it had something to do with her transmigration. She forcefully wiped away her tears, her lips curling into a resolute arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly wanted to protect her, she could not implicate Ma Hongyun because of this. She took a step forward, standing in front of Ma Hongyun, raising her head to face Giant Sun's will in the air, her tone firm. If you want to take my life, come and take it. Giant Sun's will laughed malevolently, his killing intent surging. There was no trace of sympathy. He was an enormous will formed from the special will goo. The difference between special will and other wills was, the goo master would give it a special action, and this action would be triggered when a specific situation was satisfied. And this Giant Sun's will, when it was formed, had been given a deep meaning by the main body, when it discovered the otherworldly demon. Regardless of the situation, killing the otherworldly demon was the most important task. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to endure until now. No. Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad and shouted. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun in his embrace. Otherworldly demon, your death is not to be regretted. Giant Sun's will sneered and was about to attack. But the next moment, his expression froze and he roared towards the sky. Damn it! The angry roar suddenly stopped, and the will's influence in the air suddenly disappeared. Giant Sun's will only felt a strong and irresistible force dragging him outside 88-point Xinyang Tower. What happened? What happened? Be it He Lulan or Ma Hongyun, they were both stunned on the spot, not expecting this to happen. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was so powerful, why did it suddenly disappear? Outside 88-point Xinyang Tower, the golden sand-like majestic will envelop the whole of Truyang Tower. Rumble. A vast number of chaotic lightning balls exploded one after another. Chaotic lightning balls could cause people to fall into chaos, and in essence they targeted thoughts and wills. Giant Sun's will was countered by the chaotic lightning balls, and was immediately battered by the explosions. Large amounts of his body parts flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke was hitting him while he was down, swallowing pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was truly too majestic. The outer layer of his will was being devoured by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while the inner layer was desperately trying to drill into the tower. 88-point Xinyang Tower was originally controlled by Giant Sun's will, but now it was an empty tower. Although the skeleton was still there, many goo worms inside had stopped working. It was like thousands of soldiers suddenly losing their commander. They could only rely on their instincts and habits. At this moment, 88-point Xinyang Tower was extremely fragile. Chapter 621. Aunt, I'm going to kill you. Giant Sun's will was furious after being ambushed again. It immediately sent out a majestic current of will towards Fang Yuan, who was far away. However, this current of will was washed away by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer. It had shrunk by 30%. After being whittled away by the outer layer's blizzard, it had shrunk by another 20%. By the time it reached Fang Yuan, it had already shrunk by more than half. At this level, I can only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Fang Yuan ignored the incoming attack. His mind was calm as he silently estimated the duration of the third method. He gripped the glass owner token tightly, and with a thought, he appeared in 88 Truyang building in a flash. This was the power of the glass abode master token. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored 88-point Xinyang Tower, he had relied on this to secretly teleport, keeping everyone in the dark. At the next moment, he appeared in an icy mountain, causing the current of will to miss. The world was white, the bone-chilling wind blew on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Three-eyed snow rabbits that were as tall as humans with bulging muscles drilled out from the depths of the snowy ground, and in a short period of time they surrounded Fang Yuan. This was naturally one of the checkpoints in 88-point Xinyang Tower, and Tai Bai Yunxing was here. The number of snow rabbits increased, soon there were tens of thousands of them and they glared at Fang Yuan. In terms of close combat ability, these snow rabbits were not inferior to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. In a world of ice and snow, their combat strength even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf pack. They had large numbers of wild goo on their bodies. They were even more ferocious. To break through their obstruction, one would need to expend a lot of energy, as well as a lot of time. But Fang Yuan had the glass owner token, he did not need to force his way through. With a thought, the glass abode master token flashed with a faint light. The snow rabbits showed a confused expression, their killing intent dissipating. With a wave of Fang Yuan's hand, they scattered and burrowed into the thick snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Using the glass owner token, Fang Yuan could control many floors of the Truyang building. He had purposely held back. He didn't control all of them, so there were still some spots left. Now that he had used it, he could immediately turn this barrier into his own. Without the hindrance of Giant Sun's will, he smoothly became the true controller of this checkpoint. Dispersing these snow rabbits was naturally an easy task. Kacha. The glacier cracked open, revealing a hole. The hole extended downwards, all the way into the iceberg. Fang Yuan entered the cave and ran quickly. Soon he saw Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's hair was as white as snow. He was sealed in a block of ice and seemed to be in a deep slumber. Motionless. During his tribulation he was struck by the chaotic lightning ball and fell into a state of chaos, unable to think. Thus, Giant Sun's will easily sucked him into the building. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and was also a Gu immortal. He was not easy to control. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Giant Sun's will seize the time to deal with the land spirit. Thus he took the chance to seal him here. Fang Yuan willed, the ice broke and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly woke up. Chang Shanin. Tai Bai Yunxing gradually regained his senses. He looked around and recalled, staring at Fang Yuan. Even though he had always been disgusted by Fang Yuan's ruthless actions, he showed gratitude at this moment. You saved me? Fang Yuan smiled proudly. If I did not save you, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunxing, do you know that you are facing a great calamity? Your death tribulation is upon you. A great calamity, my death tribulation is upon me? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. This famous person was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and smiled at Fang Yuan. I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing with resentment, explaining, I received master's orders to infiltrate Truyang building and release the land spirit seal, intending to overthrow Truyang building and take control of Imperial Court blessed land. Master also gave me the glass owner token to use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But along the way you suddenly ascended to an immortal, and Giant Sun's will borrowed your strength to weaken the land spirit, leading to this dangerous situation. You think you are favored by Giant Sun's will? He is only using you to protect Truyang building. Now you have already lost your value and are sealed. If I did not save you, you would have fallen into Giant Sun's will's hands, unable to live or die. What? Tai Bai Yunxing frowned, revealing a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words, not only was there a lot of information, it was also very impactful. Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fang Yuan, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his frown becoming deeper and deeper. I was wondering why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will. After being sucked into Truyang building, I was sealed for no reason. According to what you said, everything can be explained. But who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Although you released my seal, it does not mean that I will unconditionally believe your words. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Who am I? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Saying that, he took a step back and in front of Tai Bai Yunxing he took out a knife and slowly cut his forehead. A line of blood followed the edge of the knife, extending all the way to his abdomen. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, holding the knife in a reverse grip. He aimed at the back of his head and cut downwards, his 2 hands holding the knife alternately, cutting a wound. 2 long wounds quickly oozed out scarlet blood. Intense pain came, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he cut wounds of all sizes on his arms, thighs and other crucial areas. Throughout the process, his wrist was as steady as a mountain rock, his expression indifferent, as if he was cutting someone else and not himself, not feeling any pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunxing shivered inwardly, taking a step back, suspicion rising in his heart. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth, first stripping off his clothes, then his skin. His movements were clean and efficient. There was not an inch of skin left on his body, only bright red tendons were left. Like a blood monster, his white gums were exposed, looking extremely horrifying. Next, Fang Yuan activated his healing goo worm. Bathing in a jade green light, his whole body quickly grew new tender skin. The skin gradually covered his whole body, and when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tai Bai Yunxing was Fang Yuan's true appearance. Ah, so you are not Chang Shanin. You are pretending to be him. Who exactly are you? Although Tai Bai Yunxing was benevolent, he was not stupid. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood the truth. He felt even more fear in his heart. The Fang Yuan in front of him, although only an ordinary-looking young man, had an extraordinary aura. Especially his eyes that were like an ancient lake, deep and unfathomable. His whole body emitted a dense rank 5 peak stage aura. His gaze was sharp like a blade. Tai Bai Yunxing had seen countless people. With one look, he could tell that Fang Yuan was a proud person with a firm will. A genius who did not fear any challenge. Such a person Tai Bai Yunxing had only seen a few in his entire life. Who am I? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his lips curling into a trace of arrogance, his expression lively. His gaze was bright. Looking at Tai Bai Yunxing, his tone was solemn. His words were filled with sincerity that made people subconsciously believe him. My real name is Fang Yuan. I came from Central Continent to Northern Plains with an important master's order. We are from the same sect. Fang Yuan? The same master and disciple? Bo. Astonished, shock and astonishment filled his heart. Bo continuously attacked Tai Bai Yunxing's mind. What do you mean? We are from the same sect, you still don't understand? It means that your master and I are the same person. Our relationship is that of senior and junior brothers. Fang Yuan frowned, his tone showing some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan. He naturally understood, it was just that he could not comprehend the significance of this at the moment. When he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, a figure appeared in his mind. It was an old beggar. He had a head of purple-red messy hair. At times he was crazy, at times he was unconscious. But when he was awake, the old beggar's gaze was like the sea, his aura was intimidating. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunxing kindly gave the old beggar a bowl of water to drink. When the old beggar woke up, he gave him 3 Gu immortal true inheritances to choose from. In the end, the young Tai Bai Yunxing chose the 3rd true inheritance. This was the deepest impression in Tai Bai Yunxing's memory. He could not forget it for the rest of his life. For many days and nights, he would always think of the old beggar's figure. He was the one who saved the confused Tai Bai Yunxing, pulling Tai Bai Yunxing up from the bottom. It could be said that the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunxing. Without the old beggar's help, there would not be the current Tai Bai Yunxing. Master. Tai Bai Yunxing muttered. All along, he had treated the old beggar as his supreme master. His body could not help but tremble. He had tried to investigate the old beggar's whereabouts, and had never stopped trying. But so many years had passed, he had almost traveled all over Northern Plains, but there was no progress. The old beggar was mysterious, appearing suddenly and disappearing mysteriously. Now, when Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly heard news about his master, he was filled with excitement, joy, and even more disbelief. Now listen carefully. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunxing. His tone was not polite. Master's name is Zishan Makoto. He has 6 disciples. I, Fang Yuan, am the 5th. I cultivate strength path and enslavement path. Both paths are Gu immortal true inheritances. Zishan Makoto, Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunxing was like a treasure. He chewed on the name Fang Yuan fabricated out of thin air. The old beggar's messy purple hair appeared in his mind. Master usually does not care about his appearance. He likes to travel the world and explore secrets. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him talk about you. He once gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. If it were me, I would definitely choose the first one. That fire path inheritance is the inheritance of Burning Sea Heavenly Immortal. It has astonishing power. Fang Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and lively, as if such a thing really happened. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and his heart shook. He had never mentioned this experience to anyone. But Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. He actually accurately described the situation back then. He naturally did not know that Fang Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had the immortal recipe of landscape as before Gu. Then you are my senior brother? Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan. His gaze had already changed greatly. Fang Yuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. You can barely be considered an in-name disciple. Master actually has many. You cannot be compared to a direct disciple like me. But according to the rules of the sect, as long as an in-name disciple succeeds in immortal ascension, he will be promoted to a direct disciple. According to the ranking, you are now my, that fifth senior brother? Tai Bai Yunxing slightly raised his brows. What are you so proud of? You are only ranked ahead of me because of your Gu immortal status. Fang Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Wait until I become a Gu immortal. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. After I defeat you, I will become your fifth senior brother. Of course, looking at your old appearance, you don't have much lifespan left. Maybe I don't even need to become an immortal, I can just wait for you to die of old age. Fang Yuan's tone and attitude were extremely impolite, and even carried obvious hatred. This was where his brilliance lay. If he was allowed to speak with passion. If he raised his hand to swear, Tai Bai Yunxing might not believe him. But it was precisely because of this rejection and conflict that made Tai Bai Yunxing relax his vigilance and gradually choose to believe him. Although Tai Bai Yunxing was quite old, compared to Fang Yuan who had 500 years of experience, he paled in comparison. Fang Yuan did not give a direct explanation. But with just a few words, Tai Bai Yunxing understood the whole story and saw a corner of the sect. Tai Bai Yunxing pondered. Then, sixth junior brother? Fang Yuan immediately stretched out his hand. Don't call me that, I am not familiar with you. My mission was originally going well. You messed it up. Do you know how much time Master spent to make the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now it turned out like this. How am I going to explain this to Master when I return? Just call me Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing was powerlessly interrupted by Fang Yuan and could not get angry, instead he felt a sense of guilt. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, sincerely asking for guidance. Then, Fang Yuan, now that things have come to this, how can I help you to recoup the sect's losses? Success. Splendid, truly splendid, lad. You are truly sinister, tsk, with just a few words, you swindled a Gu immortal's battle strength. Mo Yao had been observing from the side, but at this moment she could not help but appear in Fang Yuan's mind, praising Fang Yuan's performance endlessly. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he said unhappily, after talking for so long, Tai Bai Yunxing, you finally said something sensible. Master's eyes are not wrong, he did not nurture an ingrate. Knowing kindness and repaying it is the role model of our generation. The situation is terrible now, and most importantly, we do not have much time left. I have already used the 3 methods Master left behind, you need to cooperate with me. Now we can only rely on the 2 of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yunxing bowed again. First use this. Fang Yuan grinned, throwing out the 15-year lifespan Gu. This is. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at this lifespan Gu and his expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Use it, you might have immortal Gu man as before, but that thing consumes a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly die of old age at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan's tone was vicious, his expression cold. But Tai Bai Yunxing felt a sense of warmth. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, his grasp of people's hearts had reached the peak. This lifespan Gu, the glass owner token in my hand, can control a portion of the round. There is only one lifespan Gu in Truyang building, quickly use it, don't dawdle. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not use it in the end, instead keeping it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Even now he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan Gu in his hand seemed to have that familiar smell of blood. What's wrong with you? Fang Yuan was furious, pretending he did not know anything. There are some reasons. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyelids drooped before raising his gaze, firmly looking at Fang Yuan. Anyway, don't worry, I will provide you with the greatest help. Fang Yuan stared fixedly at Tai Bai Yunxing, gritting his teeth. Scoundrel, do you know I did not hesitate to use the glass owner token to get this lifespan Gu? Tai Bai Yunxing was silent, his gaze was gentle like jade, but filled with determination. Fang Yuan's words made him feel even more warmth in his heart. The last trace of suspicion also vanished. After looking at each other for a while, Fang Yuan seemed to feel Tai Bai Yunxing's determination, retracting his gaze. If you were not a Gu immortal and a personal disciple, I would not care about your life or death. Alright, according to the contents of your true inheritance and your performance in the tribulation, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before, right? Yes. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, yes. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he opened his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth, not concealing his joy. Very good, follow me. Saying so, a large group of starlight firefly Gu flew out of his aperture. All right, hold these 2 for me, put them in your immortal aperture. I can't bring them. I can't bring it. Fang Yuan casually tossed it. Immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's pupils shrunk. Chapter 622. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal had been waiting at the Stargate for a long time. After seeing Fang Yuan's figure, she immediately jumped in front of him and hugged his thigh, using her cute apple-like face to rub against him. Hee, it has been hard on you these days when I was not around. Fang Yuan's face showed a gentle smile. He stretched out his hand and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's small head. Little Hu Immortal's pair of fox ears immediately trembled, her face showing a happy expression, a snow-white fox tail lightly swaying behind her small butt. This is the land spirit? That means this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing followed closely and stepped out of the Stargate. After seeing Little Hu Immortal, he could not help but be shocked. He had heard Little Hu Immortal calling Fang Yuan master. Fang Yuan was only a mortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. There were also people in history who had such a fortuitous encounter. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal. When he was still a mortal, he was lucky enough to inherit Imperial Court Blessed Land. After that, Imperial Court Blessed Land gave Giant Sun Immortal a huge help in his cultivation. Haha, this Central Continent Blessed Land is called Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I received Master's orders and forcefully seized it from several Central Continent sections. Fang Yuan replied with a proud expression. Immediately, Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze changed again. Immortals and mortals were different, but now he was truly looking at Fang Yuan as an equal. He could not help but ask, thinking about it, the process of seizing this blessed land must have been very dangerous, right? Of course, thinking about it now, I still have some lingering fear. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. But speaking of which, the winner takes all. Everything is that simple. I obtained the blessed land and became the final victor. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, sighing in his heart. This benefit was huge. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a dead Gu immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was equivalent to inheriting the Gu immortal's immortal aperture and continuing to cultivate. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yunxing's impression of Fang Yuan's adventurous character deepened. Master, who is he? Little Hu Immortal saw Tai Bai Yunxing and sensed the Gu immortal aura overflowing from his body. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fang Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and alert. Don't worry, he's one of us. You are here to help us save Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan comforted Little Fox Immortal. Quickly bring us to Danghun Mountain. When Little Fox Immortal heard this, her eyes lit up. She believed her master's words without reservation. Therefore he immediately let down his guard and led Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Together they disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were teleported to the center of the blessed land and saw Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain had already been mixed and corroded to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The once towering Danghun Mountain was now reduced to a small mound. Previously in Danghun Mountain, the Danghun Palace that was created was naturally destroyed long ago. Master, if you were any later, you wouldn't have been able to see Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's tone was sorrowful. Fang Yuan lightly stroked her small head and turned to look at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing was a smart person. Seeing this scene and recalling Fang Yuan's words, he guessed Fang Yuan's intention in inviting him. He nodded towards Fang Yuan and took out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the aura of the immortal Gu filled the surrounding space. This is? Little Hu Immortal stared with her watery eyes. This was the first time she saw landscape as before Gu. This Gu was like a ladybug, fist-sized and jade-like all over its body. There were natural patterns on its round shell. Half of the patterns were long and winding, depicting rivers and lakes, while the other half was steep and overlapping, depicting hills and peaks. Tai Bai Yunxing lightly shouted and a bead of green grape immortal essence turned into a ray of light and entered landscape as before Gu in the blink of an eye. The immortal Gu suddenly burst out with a jade-like radiance that shot up to the sky, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. The radiance enveloped the damaged Danghun Mountain. Gruel mud on the surface of Danghun Mountain immediately calmed down under the jade light. The power of immortal Gu gruel mud was quickly neutralized until it disappeared. The jade light gradually dimmed and Tai Bai Yunxing threw in a second bead of green grape immortal essence. The jade light regained its strength and covered the damaged Danghun Mountain, continuously cleansing it. The small mound of Danghun Mountain, under the nourishment of the radiance, grew taller and stronger at a visible speed. Danghun Mountain is back. Little Hu Immortal clapped her small hands and laughed happily. But good times did not last long. Danghun Mountain only recovered 20% before the jade light weakened again. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed slightly. What mountain is this? It actually consumes so much green grape immortal essence. When he became an immortal, he had produced 36 beads of green grape immortal essence. But after that he used his movement goo and dodged the chaotic lightning balls, expending 1 bead. In his own immortal aperture, he resisted the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities that formed after the formation of the immortal goo, and used landscape as before goo to restore his immortal aperture to its original state, expending a total of 3 beads. Tai Bai Yunxing was very clear about the preciousness of immortal essence. Now that he had just restored Danghun Mountain, he had already expended 2 beads of immortal essence. Looking at this situation, he would need to expend at least 5 to 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan smiled. Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain? Tai Bai Yunxing finally heard it clearly and his expression changed, his eyes widening as he said in shock. Could it be? In the legends of Renzu, could there be a second Danghun Mountain? Fang Yuan's smile deepened. To think that I would actually see the legendary Danghun Mountain. This is the soul cultivation holy land that even spectral soul demon venerable praises endlessly. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed with emotion, praising it endlessly. Even for him this was the first time he was seeing such a legendary object. Glancing at Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze had a subtle change again. He did not speak, silently using the 3rd bead of immortal essence and continued to activate landscape as before goo. This time, Danghun Mountain was restored to 40% of its original state. The jade light was not as strong as before. Tai Bai Yunxing used the 4th bead, the 5th bead of green grape immortal essence. Until the 6th bead, Danghun Mountain was restored to 100%. As expected of Danghun Mountain, I expended a total of 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did I complete the restoration. Tai Bai Yunxing muttered as he looked at the mountain in front of him. Danghun Mountain was magnificent. It was not something a normal mountain could compare to. It was a crystal mountain, pink in color and emitted a dreamy light. It was unforgettable. Master, Danghun Mountain's illness is finally cured. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. Sob, sob, sob. She cried tears of joy as she lowered her head. She used the back of her delicate hands to wipe away her tears. Fang Yuan looked at Danghun Mountain, letting out a breath of turbid air. At this point, his goal of infiltrating northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of hard work, the dangers of the battlefield, the careful disguise, the painstaking planning. None of it was wasted. Right now, Fang Yuan's heart was burning with a blazing flame. The name of this blazing flame was ambition. The fully restored Danghun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There was still a good opportunity in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially now, Giant Sun's Will was excluded from the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was like an ownerless piece of land. False emotion fake Will Gu was an immortal Gu, it was hard to capture. But Fang Yuan's glib tongue had already obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's trust. He had successfully roped in a crucial battle strength that could influence the situation. At that time he could use the Gu Immortal's will to forcefully refine the false emotion fake Will Gu. It was not impossible. Let's go back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan left in a hurry. He left Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Tai Bai Yunxing. Before leaving, he handed the soul-devouring toad to little Hu Immortal. Soul-devouring toad was a storage Gu. It was filled with souls of both humans and beasts. Most of them were collected by Fang Yuan from the battlefield. Using Danghun Mountain he could produce a large number of guts Gu. Returning to 88-point Jinyang Tower, more than half of the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate had been lost. Fang Yuan quickly stored the rest back into his aperture. It was not easy to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more opening of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. This time they went from Northern Plains to Central Continent, and from Central Continent to Northern Plains. It was simply unrestrained, so close yet so far. Tai Bai Yunxing had only heard of whole Earth Gu and connecting Heaven Gu. They could allow blessed lands and grotto heavens to connect, but he had never seen such a method. I'm afraid only a person like Sixth Junior Brother is worthy of such a powerful method. Maybe Master taught him this. The trip to Hu Immortal Blessed Land made Tai Bai Yunxing trust Fang Yuan even more. Fang Yuan was only immortal now, but he had a blessed land. This in itself was enough to prove many problems. The magnificent scenery of Danghun Mountain was deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunxing's heart. Seeing is believing, hearsay is false. Tai Bai Yunxing had no choice but to believe. Fang Yuan first showed his true appearance. then used lifespan goo, secret information and so on to gain Tai Bai Yunqing's trust. He also solved Tai Bai Yunqing's doubts. Why did Truyang building help him undergo tribulation for no reason? Fang Yuan's words and the evidence he showed Tai Bai Yunqing were almost all true, only the crucial parts were lies. 9 truths and 1 lie. The lies became the truth. Especially this lie, it was Tai Bai Yunqing's deepest secret. After being soul-searched by Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunqing had never revealed it to anyone. The most amazing part of this was that Fang Yuan understood Tai Bai Yunqing's mentality. Tai Bai Yunqing felt extremely guilty for betraying Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. He had once denied the value of his existence, and after being provoked he impulsively underwent tribulation with thoughts of suicide. But after he successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a Gu immortal, he stood at a whole new height and saw a different scenery. His mind started to become active, especially after going through so much to pass the tribulation and obtain an immortal aperture. He did not want to die so much. He wanted to start anew. But he still had a knot in his heart. He needed hope, he needed recognition. This psychological need was something that even Tai Bai Yunqing did not notice. But Fang Yuan noticed it and gave him recognition. Especially Fang Yuan's recognition, to a certain extent, it represented his teacher's recognition. In Tai Bai Yunqing's heart, he deeply respected his teacher. His teacher's recognition made him feel that he still had value in living. A mysterious sect, a whole new scenery, it piqued his curiosity. He was at the peak of mortals, he had experienced the mortal world, but on the path to immortality he was still a child who had just started. The 15-year lifespan goo was in his possession. He was no longer anxious, he also felt guilty. He chose to believe Fang Yuan, not only because Fang Yuan explained everything, but also gave him a large amount of irrefutable evidence. The most important thing was, from the deepest part of his heart, he was willing to believe in Fang Yuan. But those who were deceived, was it really because they were stupid? No. It was just that they were willing to believe. I will return your immortal goo to you. Tai Bai Yunqing threw fixed immortal travel and flying bear phantom goo to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received them as if nothing had happened. His casual attitude towards immortal goo and his trust towards Tai Bai Yunqing once again made Tai Bai Yunqing feel moved. But when Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand and sensed it, he was shocked and quickly brought Tai Bai Yunqing to another round. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing were in a vast forest. Roars and angry shouts resounded continuously. Giant trees uprooted their roots and stood up, turning into a tall tree man. In an instant, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing were heavily surrounded by tree man. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was solemn. He did not care about a single tree man, but the number of tree men here was extremely shocking. To completely eliminate all of them, he would need to pay a huge price. But the next moment, Fang Yuan lightly shook the glass owner token in his hand, immediately turning this round into his own. The tree man's charging momentum stopped, its killing intent extinguished. While Tai Bai Yunqing was in a daze, Fang Yuan grabbed his arm and directly brought him in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyun. Right now there was a huge change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were hiding under its wings. Surrounding them were layers upon layers of tree man, surrounding them and attacking them. He Lulan was fighting alone not far away. The false emotion fake Wu Gu was resting on his shoulder. While fending off the attacks of the Treants, he continued to attack Ma Zhao and Chang. But these attacks were all blocked by the Frost Jade Peacock's light barrier midway. Lord He Lulan, you are also being attacked by the tree man. You are in the same situation as us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lulan snorted coldly. Didn't you hear what Ancestor said earlier? This woman of yours is an otherworldly demon. Her origin is mysterious, she is a disaster and must be eliminated. Who knows, she might be on the same side as the fake Chang Shanin. Ancestor was just about to attack her when he suddenly disappeared and met with a mishap. You are of Giant Sun's bloodline, a person of Northern Plains, yet you can't differentiate right from wrong. You are protecting an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted, she is not an otherworldly demon, she is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your energy, the two of us have already been recognized by the land spirit, with its help you cannot kill us. It turned out that when Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, this round had no one in charge and was automatically activated. The tree man treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and the rest as challengers. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun for Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun sacrificed himself to help. This caused Zhao Linyun's heart to tremble and he truly fell in love with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had already given his heart to Zhao Linyun. The two of them truly loved each other and the land spirit took the initiative to recognize them as masters. At the crucial moment, the land spirit created a defensive barrier for the two of them, blocking the fatal attacks of the tree man and He Lulan. As for Chang Li, she died tragically under the attacks of the tree man. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly appeared on the tree man's crown and observed the battle. Ma Hongyun actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. Humph, this lad's luck is really amazing. Fang Yuan muttered with a complex tone. You know him? Tai Bai Yunxing was slightly shocked. He did not expect the Grand Fang Yuan to know this rank 3 initial stage nobody. It's you. He Lulan quickly sensed Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. His pupils shrunk and he quickly jumped to the side, as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyelids twitched, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Giant suns will suddenly disappeared. The mysterious man impersonating Chang Shan Yin appeared again with Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing beside him. The two seemed to have a close relationship. This situation was extremely disadvantageous to He Lulan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The land spirit's protective barrier continued to shrink. It was already surrounded by the tree man layer by layer. His and Zhao Linyun's line of sight had already been blocked by the lush and dense leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunxing glanced at He Lulan, who had a grim expression, and asked calmly. Fang Yuan sneered. To topple Truyang building, we need to borrow the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Although Frost Jade Peacock has recognized a master, it is actually taking advantage of the fact that Giant Sun's will is not present and the sealing power on its body is not controlled by anyone, thus it is struggling at death's door. Most of its power has already been sealed again. The defensive light barrier is in imminent danger and cannot stop me. I will go and kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun. You go and deal with He Lulan and obtain false emotion fake Wu Gu. I believe with your Gu immortal battle strength, it should not be a problem. You need to move quickly, we do not have much time. Immortals and mortals are different, the difference between them is like a chasm. Don't worry. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled lightly and floated up, approaching He Lulan. Fang Yuan shot down like lightning, directly attacking Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree man, under his will, followed him in layers. Chapter 623. Bam Bam Bam. The 6 10-meter-tall Trey ants raised their hammer-like fists high in the air and ruthlessly smashed the light barrier one after another. Frost Jade Peacock cried out. The wide wings had already been sealed by the gold, and only its head was still exposed. Masters, I can't hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, her long eyelashes trembling. The light barrier was getting weaker and weaker. Under the tree men's attacks, it was on the verge of shattering. More terrifyingly, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Imperial Court Blessed Land was already in ruins, and Frost Jade Land Spirit was sealed. The remaining strength was nothing to Fang Yuan, he could break through at any time. The fatal crisis had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Linyun had no idea. Even if they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating. Zhao Linyun was silent, she leaned on Ma Hongyun with her eyes closed. In essence, she was a woman after all. Ma Hongyun consoled her softly, even though he himself had no hope. It's over. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, stepping on the leaves and entering the innermost layer of the tree men's encirclement. But just as he was about to attack and dive down, Mo Yao suddenly cried out in his mind, "Huh? This aura. Wait a minute, stop right now." What's wrong? Fang Yuan's movement halted. He stopped at the top of the tree, bewildered. Ever since Mo Yao's will was placed in his mind, he had never seen Mo Yao have such intense emotional fluctuations. At this moment in Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao appeared. Her face was covered in tears, her body was trembling. She muttered to herself, this aura, there's no mistake, there's no mistake. This is fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he recalled. For the sake of her lover, Bo Qin, when Mo Yao was alive, he had put in a lot of effort to research the 88-point Jinyang Tower and had taken the risk to enter the True Inheritance mystic realm. Her original goal was to obtain one of the supreme true inheritances, the Luck Path True Inheritance, and steal fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. However, in the end, she was only partially successful. Even though she had gone through a lot of hardships and used all her strength to break a crack in the Luck Path True Inheritance. But fortune rivaling Heaven Gu flew along this crack and disappeared without a trace. However, Mo Yao did not come out empty-handed. She obtained a small portion of the Luck Dao inheritance. Combining with her refinement Grandmaster Foundation, she finally refined Calamity Beckoning Gu. But Calamity Beckoning Gu was inferior to Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu. Mo Yao used Calamity Beckoning Gu to help Bo Qing in his tribulation, but both of them died. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan found the inheritance left behind by Mo Yao and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu again. He accepted Mo Yao's final mission to return the Rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House in the future. Right now, Mo Yao suddenly sensed Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. This was the full effort she put in when she was alive. She used all her wisdom, but still failed to obtain the crucial Immortal Gu. It was not hard to understand why she lost her composure and was so agitated. Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu's aura is on this kid. To think that I, Mo Yao, put in all my effort. Narrowly escaping death, I let Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu escape. In the end, a mortal kid benefited from it. Is this fate? Mo Yao looked up at the sky and sighed, crying and laughing. Her tone was extremely bleak. Fang Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. He asked in his mind, that means Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu is on Ma Hongyun? Are you sure? Of course, Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu's aura, I will absolutely not forget it. Mo Yao replied resolutely. She continued, Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu is rank 8, it is a one-time consumable Gu. It is formless and intangible, it is a lump of grand luck, it is extremely difficult to capture using ordinary methods. Back then, my main body was unable to capture it, causing it to disappear without a trace. Even Truyang Building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains and wandered, finally landing on that kid's body. So it is only a one-time consumable Gu. Fang Yuan was immediately greatly disappointed. Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu was the highest achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path True Inheritance. Its value was extremely huge. Fang Yuan could not obtain any benefits in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. It would be best if he could snatch Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu from Ma Hongyun. But unfortunately, Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu was a one-time use Gu, it would disappear once used. Fang Yuan, be careful. Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu is extremely mysterious. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had many fortuitous encounters, turning calamities into blessings, his luck never ending. It was mostly because of Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu. Ma Hong used Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu, he is a true son of luck. His luck is number 1 in the 5 regions. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had the same luck, he has the same level of luck. Although luck is formless and intangible, it is also a part of strength, you must not look down on it. Mo Yao anxiously reminded. I know my limits. Fang Yuan restrained his killing intent, his gaze was cold as he stood on the branch, not attacking rashly. He looked down at Ma Hongyun and the others from above, allowing the tray ant beneath his feet to launch its attacks. Actually, the distance between the two was not far, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. From this, it could be seen how severely weakened the land spirit was. The strength of both sides was clear, it looked like the fruits of victory were at their fingertips. Killing Ma Hongyun was as easy as flipping one's hand. But Fang Yuan did not think so, he was once a Gu immortal, his horizons naturally surpassed mortals. He was clear, the so-called Gu master paths, wisdom path, strength path, refinement path, metal path, time path and so on, they looked like a collection of complex and detailed Gu worms, but in essence they were the understanding of heaven and earth, the analysis of the profundities of the universe. Luck path was the same. Because of Giant Sun Immortal's example, luck path, compared to other paths, could explain a certain aspect of the profundities of heaven and earth at a deeper level. Fang Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun, he had always placed great importance on him. Because of his previous life's memories, he knew how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, he eventually became the pillar of Northern Plains, the leader who resisted the attacks of Central Continent's Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan was besieged, he was still growing healthily. Fang Yuan was clear about Ma Hongyun's growth path, and now he finally understood the source of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal's greatest achievement in luck path, Fortune Rivaling Heaven Gu. And the originator of this was Mo Yao, who resided in Fang Yuan's mind. Although luck did not have a material form and could not be touched, Fang Yuan was clear about its profound power. No wonder Giant Suns will specially chose He Lulan and Ma Hongyun for the land spirit's ownership. He Lulan is the strongest bloodline descendant, while Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven. Fang Yuan felt it was quite troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was only a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the protection of a rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu was only inferior to the legendary rank 9 wisdom Gu, strength Gu and so on. Its power was extraordinary and beyond imagination. Anyone who dared to underestimate it would have a miserable ending. Fang Yuan was only a mortal. Back then in true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human chi immortal Gu. Not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in reality, when had he ever suffered a real loss along the way? Every time, it was a blessing in disguise. He had endless fortuitous encounters. Those who wanted to harm him or deal with him had instead met with misfortune. Although every time he was not the one who attacked directly. But there would always be other external forces, accidents and countless coincidences. These external forces, coincidences, and accidents stacked together to form an astonishing might. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Previously, Giant Sun's will wanted to eliminate Zhao Lianyun, but Ma Hongyun risked his life to protect him. This was equivalent to Giant Sun's will standing on the opposite side of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to make a move, Fang Yuan took action and pulled out True Yang Building, and was now being bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. Even Giant Sun's will was killed. Fang Yuan thought from a different perspective and was immediately shocked. I have the glass owner token. I can investigate the situation inside 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Why did I make a move earlier? It was completely unintentional. Maybe, after hearing that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, I wanted to protect her and investigate it out of curiosity? Fang Yuan recalled the situation back then. Giant Sun's will being expelled from True Yang Building could be said to have been single-handedly caused by him. But the timing was coincidental, allowing Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun to escape the calamity. If I make a move against Ma Hongyun now, will it be the same as Giant Sun's will, an external force intervening, or some accident happening? Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand, feeling apprehensive. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan thought again. What I heard was actually Mo Yao's side of the story. Mo Yao's will seems trustworthy, but what if she is deceiving me for some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus he asked Mo Yao in his mind, strange, I used luck inspection Gu earlier and observed almost everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven, why didn't I notice it? I only saw 2 people with the most luck, one is He Lulan, the other is Tai Bai Yunxing. Mo Yao seemed to have expected Fang Yuan to have this question, and immediately answered, what's so strange about that? Fortune rivaling heaven Gu is a rank 8 immortal Gu, your luck inspection Gu is only a rank 5 mortal Gu, an investigative Gu that allows the Gu master to see luck that is invisible to the naked eye. How can a rank 5 investigative Gu detect the luck of a rank 8 immortal Gu? Since I can't see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven Gu? Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to ask. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed before saying, there is a way to confirm it. That is to use investigative Gu to observe your own luck. Every time you do something unfavorable to the child of luck, Ma Hongyun, because of the mutual influence of luck, your luck will become even worse. If you don't believe me, you can check it like this. Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately activated luck inspection Gu. His vision immediately changed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun only had a small portion of luck, no different from ordinary people. Chapter 624. This black luck was dark and gloomy, making people feel oppressed. It was in the shape of a coffin, firmly enveloping Fang Yuan within it. At some point, Fang Yuan's black death luck had become even larger and denser. Looking into the distance, several li away, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were fighting fiercely. The luck of both sides was very clear. Above He Lulan's head was still the green cloud luck, continuous and continuous, like a huge green pillar. Above Tai Bai Yunxing's head, the luck was much less than before, not even 1/6 of the original. Moreover, it was no longer a bright red cloud, but a gloomy dusk, almost like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan turned his gaze back, looking above his head, and started experimenting according to Mo Yao's instructions. The result was just as Mo Yao had said. Every time he had a thought of harming Ma Hongyun, his black coffin luck would expand a little, and its color seemed to become even darker. Fang Yuan, I advise you to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Your black coffin luck is too dense, it's frighteningly dark. The danger is right in front of you. Don't think that luck is illusory. Think about how the giant sun immortal dominated the world. You are in deep danger now. It's as dangerous as a pile of eggs. The black coffin luck hasn't acted up yet. It's not that you won't get your retribution. It's just that it's not time yet. Mo Yao repeatedly advised in Fang Yuan's mind. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his willpower as strong as steel. You want me to retreat? Would he be frightened by mere bad luck? How is that possible? His eyes squinted into slits, and under the shade of the tree crown, the corners of his mouth cracked slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Even if it's the worst luck, it won't directly attack me. It has to rely on external objects to kill me. At this moment, at this place, I want to see. Who can stop me? Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart, unceasing. He believed in the power of luck, but he believed in himself even more. He wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. I have to give it a try. If he were to shrink back just because of luck, would that be Fang Yuan's style? Ordinary people wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, but he wouldn't shed tears even if he saw the coffin. Are you crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing Fang Yuan's intense killing intent, Mo Yao screamed. Precisely because he is so strong, it is more interesting to challenge him, isn't it? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was no longer Chang Shanin with short hair. Instead, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and his brows were filled with wildness. He never minded bullying the weak, but he also had the courage to fight the strong. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If not now, then when? The floating sea is teased by fate. Shun the waves and follow the stream as cowardly as a worm. A true man Mo Taizong. Even if my body shatters, I will not regret the pain. Fang Yuan softly chanted. His previous craziness was completely restrained, and his face was as calm as water. Crazy, crazy. In his mind, Mo Yao kept muttering. At this moment, the killing intent in Fang Yuan's heart reached its peak. The black coffin's fate above his head also began to expand at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded by 3 times. I want to see who can save you. Fortune rivaling heaven goo. Let me see your prowess as well. Fang Yuan was about to make a move. Bam! With a loud sound, the majestic air currents formed into a gale, suddenly pressing towards them from afar. He Lulan flew up, while Tai Bai Yunxing crawled out of the deep pit with blood flowing out of his mouth. He looked at He Lulan, who was floating in the air, with a shocked expression. You are actually... Before he finished speaking, He Lulan pounced down again. Bam! With a loud sound, the ground shook and dust rose. 10 Extreme Physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered in place of Tai Bai Yunxing. To think that He Lulan actually had one of the 10 extreme physiques. It seemed that it was the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. After a few breaths of time, a figure flew out of the dust. It was Tai Bai Yunxing. His hair was messy, his face was covered in dust, and his chest was caved in, revealing his pale white bones. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. But soon his body shone with green light, and the blood stopped flowing. The heavy injuries on his body were quickly recovering. In Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had exchanged information. They knew that Tai Bai Yunxing had 2 immortal gu, landscape as before and man as before. But evidently Tai Bai Yunxing was not using the immortal gu man as before, but an ordinary healing gu. Man as before immortal gu needed green grape immortal essence to activate, it had great effects, but green grape immortal essence was not easy to accumulate. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, gu immortals would not easily use immortal gu. Tai Bai Yunxing, you are a grand gu immortal, why are you afraid of a mortal like me? A loud roar shook heaven and earth. He Lulan also flew into the sky, chasing after Tai Bai Yunxing. Such dense aura of the 10 extreme physiques. Terrifying. He Lulan not only has one of the 10 extreme physiques, she is also on the verge of self-detonation. This time, Fang Yuan obtained even more information. Back then, Fang Yuan relied on Bai Ningbing's northern dark ice soul physique to fight stronger enemies on Qingmao Mountain and overturn the situation. At that time, Bai Ningbing was only rank 3. The higher the cultivation level of the 10 extreme physiques, the stronger the power of self-detonation. Once the rank 5 peak stage He Lulan self-detonates, the power would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for her to kill a gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunxing's mouth was filled with bitterness, he had no battle intent. Previously, He Lulan's aura was sealed by immortal gu dark limit's power, not leaking out at all. Now that the seal was removed, The majestic aura made people involuntarily feel fear. He was now a human-shaped bomb who would dare to get close to him. What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yunxing had just become Ngu immortal. If he was dragged down by this fugitive He Lulan, wouldn't that be too unjust? To think that He Lulan actually has the great strength true martial physique of one of the 10 extreme physiques. He could actually grow to such a stage. Tai Bai Yunxing flew with all his might. His speed was astonishing. He was a flying master. The cloud path Gu worms he used were good movement Gu. He Lulan chased after him, but helplessly watched as the distance between them grew further and further. Boom. He Lulan was enraged. Suddenly he punched. The power of this punch was astonishing, and it directly caused a sonic boom shattering the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi flew out, quickly turning into a strength path phantom. When Fang Yuan had fought in southern border, he had created many beast phantoms. But He Lulan's phantom was not in the shape of a beast, it was in the shape of a human. Moreover, this human phantom was lifelike, exactly the same as He Lulan. Their bodies were swollen, resembling violent bears. A mouthful of jagged, snow-white teeth, like daggers and sharp swords. Their triangular eyes shone with a malevolent light. This was simply a second He Lulan. Even if I combine all the beast phantoms I created in southern border, I am afraid they are not the human phantoms match. I'm afraid they are not the human phantoms match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary eyesight. He could tell at one glance that this human phantom had extremely strong battle strength. Once it was used, it could automatically chase after the enemy. It had intelligence. This was the rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. The strength of an attack. It was simply terrifying. Fang Yuan could not estimate how strong this force was in a short period of time, unless he personally fought and experienced it. But he was certain, such terrifying battle strength had already surpassed the mortal realm. Could be said that He Lulan was a monster who was half a step into Gu immortal realm. The 10 extreme physiques were existences that broke the rules, they were existences that broke ranks. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physiques to successfully get through the crisis. But this time, the 10 extreme physiques stood on the opposite side of him. If not for a Gu master becoming an immortal, my defense would have increased qualitatively, otherwise Tai Bai Yunxing would be in even more danger. Tai Bai Yunxing has just advanced to Gu immortal. He has not accumulated the foundation of a Gu immortal yet. Moreover, he is only a healing Gu master, but he encountered a fierce and tyrannical battle expert like He Lulan. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of Gu immortals over mortals is that they have unlimited primeval essence. But He Lulan's true main cultivation path is Strength Path. Strength Path is the least reliant on primeval essence among all paths, and consumes the least primeval essence. Thus, this advantage is almost non-existent. There is also He Lulan's killer move. He actually took a different path and can create such slow and lifelike human phantoms. In a short period of time, he had already created 5 to 6 human phantoms. These phantoms are extraordinary, they are full of intelligence and can actually outflank and obstruct Tai Bai Yunxing's movement. This is simply unimaginable. It was not strange to create human phantoms. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human phantoms. And these human phantoms all had astonishing battle strength. Strength superimposed on intelligence, the power made even Fang Yuan shocked. No wonder in my previous life He Lulan suddenly died. So he had the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan realized. Although he had been reborn, he did not know everything. But now, his plans were disrupted by this accident. Damn it. Fang Yuan could not help but tightly clench the glass owner token in his hand. According to his original plan, he wanted to follow Giant Sun's will's train of thought and use false emotion fake Will Gu to subdue the land spirit and become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. To do this, he needed to subdue false emotion fake Will Gu. But false emotion fake Will Gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances, and the Gu contained Giant Sun's will. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only a Gu immortals will had such a possibility. Thus, Fang Yuan used his glib tongue and deceived Tai Bai Yunxing into becoming his ally, wanting to use his will to cooperate with him in refining false emotion fake Will Gu. But when he returned to Truyang Building, the situation changed unexpectedly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land, and were recognized by Frost Jade Peacock. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was 2 Gu master lovers who truly loved each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 Gu master, But Zhao Lianyun was still a girl and had not started her cultivation path yet. She could actually be recognized as a master. From this, it could be seen that the Gu master condition was only referring to aptitude. As long as there was a possibility of becoming a Gu master, they could be recognized. Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path Gu immortal in his previous life, so she naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. This was not worth fussing over. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, he had two things to do. The first was to obtain false emotion fake Wu Gu. It was with He Lulan, so Fang Yuan handed this matter to Tai Bai Yunxing. The second was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court Blessed Land would return to being ownerless. After doing these two things, Tai Bai Yunxing would help Fang Yuan refine false emotion fake Wu Gu, and he would be able to control the land spirit. Even if giant suns will return, Fang Yuan would have the ability to contend against it. Chapter 625. He Lulan exposed her true trump card. The 10 extreme physique that was on the verge of self-detonation had shocking battle strength. She actually suppressed the Grand Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing and chased after him. This situation was surprising, but after thinking about it, it was not surprising. If I can't defeat He Lulan, I can't take the false emotion fake Wu Gu. Without false emotion fake Wu Gu, how can I subdue the land spirit? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? I was just about to attack when such an accident happened. Fang Yuan looked at Ma Hongyun with a solemn expression. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart became even more intense. He crossed his arms and stood on a tall branch, his lips curled into a cold smile. This is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven. Now that He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing are entangled, if I insist on killing you, how can you resist? This time, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but directly manipulated the tree man. The few tree ants in the innermost layer raised their giant hammer-like hands high up in unison. Under Fang Yuan's control, they raised their fists and smashed down together. Bam! With a loud sound, Frost Jade Peacock cried out miserably, its raised head also fell to the ground. The defensive barrier that it put up with all its strength was completely shattered, turning into specks of golden light that quickly dissipated. The final obstruction was also gone. The tree man who was closest to it took a big step and stretched out its sinister giant palm, grabbing towards Ma and Zhao Lianyun at a seemingly slow speed. Zhao Lianyun screamed in fear, while Ma Hongyun hugged him tightly with his back facing the tree man's palm. Die! Fang Yuan softly muttered. He completely ignored the black coffin luck that was rapidly expanding above his head. The tree man completely opened its palm, a huge shadow firmly enveloped Ma and Zhao Lianyun. With just a light pinch, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would definitely be crushed into meat paste. But right at this moment, the 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly shook intensely. The world shook. You scoundrel! How dare you expel me? Die! An extremely loud and clear voice suddenly burst out, piercing through heaven and earth, causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to hurt slightly. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in surprise. He shouted, "It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor wasn't killed. He's back." He Lulan also looked pleasantly surprised. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was pale. Once giant suns were returned, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the true power of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It could trap Gu immortals to death. This was not a joke. Impossible. Even if I had spent a lot of time in Hu immortal blessed land, I would not have been able to defeat him. But a quarter of an hour is far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He was extremely shocked. He quickly used the glazed abode master token to check on the situation. Outside the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were layers upon layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the incomparably large giant sun's will. It was still roaring and roaring, while resisting the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. While exerting pressure in an attempt to enter Truyang Tower, the giant sun's will outside did not come in. What is going on with the giant sun's will inside? Where did it come from? Fang Yuan was extremely puzzled. But this giant sun's will that suddenly appeared did not give him any time to think. Heaven and earth shook. Those that were running helped Tai Bai Yunxing attack. The tree ants surrounding Ma Hongyun all stopped moving as if they were stone statues. Fang Yuan's face was flushed red. The glazed abode master token in his hand was burning like fire. Cracks rapidly appeared on the glazed abode master token. In an instant, the glazed abode master token was on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious giant sun's will was sweeping through the central continent Gu Immortals arrangements with the momentum of a tornado. The third method that the central continent Gu Immortals set up was extremely secretive. Even giant sun's will could not easily discover it. But now that Fang Yuan had activated the third method, he had nowhere to hide and was caught by giant sun's will that suddenly appeared. Once the glazed abode master token completely shattered, the third method would lose its effect, and giant sun's will would be able to freely enter and exit True Yang Tower. At that time, even if giant sun's will did not use 88-point Jinyang Tower, he could easily kill Fang Yuan with his own strength. An unprecedented crisis suddenly descended. Don't tell me I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada? No. The risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high. It is not a last resort. I want to stake it all. I can still stake it all. Fang Yuan roared. He roused his thoughts and poured them into the glazed abode master token. Bam. At the next moment, through the glazed abode master token, his thoughts fiercely collided with giant sun's will that suddenly appeared. Juice. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The thoughts he poured into the glazed abode master token were completely destroyed. His head was in intense pain. It felt like it was about to split open. Even his mind was affected. Mo Yao's will screamed continuously inside. Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision blurred, he could not stand properly, he only managed to hold on for a few breaths of time before falling down from a tall tree branch. Whoosh! Strong winds blew. The three tree men closest to him suddenly stretched out their giant hands made of branches and leaves. They grabbed towards Fang Yuan with malicious intent. Fang Yuan had lost the competition. Giant sun's will had regained control of this round. These tree men had become Fang Yuan's enemies. They would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Taking advantage of this change, Ma and Zhao managed to escape this crisis. Driven by their desire to survive, they started to flee blindly under the messy tree roots. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan barely managed to wake up. He gave a light shout, pouring his primeval essence into his goo worm. He activated his strength and punched towards the approaching giant tree leaf hands. Fists and legs collided. Boom boom boom. With 3 explosions, he directly shattered the hands. He adjusted his posture in the air and staggered towards the ground. The aftereffects of fighting giant sun's will were still present. His ears were filled with a loud buzzing noise. He had almost lost his hearing. But Fang Yuan did not feel any regret. Instead, he grinned and laughed loudly. Awesome! The clash of wills just now was without any tricks. Not only did it allow Fang Yuan to successfully protect the glass owner token, he even discovered the weakness of giant sun's will. The mysterious will that had just emerged was terrifying. It was not as strong as he had imagined. It did not seem to have expected Fang Yuan to make such a decision. This will was divided into 3 parts. The majority of the will was entangled with the third method. A small portion was busy fighting for control of this round, and a small portion competed with Fang Yuan using the glass owner token. In the end, Fang Yuan's will destroyed the victorious giant sun's will. At the same time, he used the third method and fought until his own will was completely destroyed, finally successfully trapping the majority of giant sun's will. Thus giant sun's will. Only a small portion was left, controlling the round. Giant sun's will was enraged. He did not expect that a small mortal would actually have the guts to directly clash with his will. Even more so, he did not expect that this mortal's mind would actually store so many wills. This was all thanks to Mo Yao. To deal with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. Just in case, he had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. There were intentional, playful, deliberate, intentional, attentive, etc. There were many types. Giant sun's will had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan's military strength, and was extremely anxious. He was busy trying to save the situation, resulting in Fang Yuan's counterattack. He was completely caught unprepared. Thief, I will turn your bones into ashes. Giant sun's will was enraged, continuously commanding the tree man to attack. Fang Yuan dodged left and right, doing his best to heal and recover. These tree men had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches and limbs were destroyed, they would not die. They wouldn't die either, and their life force was very long. Rather than fighting head-on, he would use brute force. This was definitely not a good idea. While dodging, Fang Yuan's injuries quickly recovered. He quickly discovered that the tree man was not only attacking him, but also tied by Yunxing and Ma Hongyun. More accurately, it was Zhao Lianyun who was beside Ma Hongyun. Under the pursuit of the tree man, Ma and Zhao Lianyun were fleeing with all their might. the situation was extremely dangerous. They were panicking and did not care about where they were going, gradually getting closer to Fang Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyun finally saw Fang Yuan and shouted for help. Truly naive. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly and immediately went to help. Both parties quickly approached each other. Fang Yuan shouted, Giant Sons will wants to kill you, we have a common enemy, come to my side. Be careful. Zhao Lianyun, who was running, expressed hesitation. But the situation forced them. Only Fang Yuan could protect them. They were already unable to hold on any longer. They would definitely be smacked to death by the tree man, but if they went to Fang Yuan's side they might still have a chance to live. I have to save them. Quickly save them. In his mind Mo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Fang Yuan almost thought he had heard wrongly. Mo Yao spoke quickly, do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is an enormous special will, he is extremely clear of the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. He does not want to deal with Ma Hongyun. But when he was first created, his main body had set a specific action, that is, if he sees an otherworldly demon he must exterminate it. Otherworldly demon, don't say you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lianyun he will be the best weapon to deal with Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely become enemies with Giant Sun's will. At that time Giant Sun's will be tortured by fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao's words caused Fang Yuan to be greatly moved. For a moment, his hidden killing intent towards Ma Hongyun also abruptly diminished. Wait a moment. Ma and Zhao are in danger, they might be trampled to death by the tree man at any moment or even crushed to pieces. If I make a move now wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan was stunned when he thought of this. Although Ma Hongyun was only rank 3 he was too difficult to kill. The first time Fang Yuan made a move, He Lulan revealed her trump card, becoming one of the 10 extremities and chased after Tai by Yunxing. The second time he made a move Giant Sun's will appeared out of nowhere, heavily injuring Fang Yuan. Even now his ears were still buzzing, his mind had been reduced by 30%. Although he managed to protect the glass owner token and harm Giant Sun's will, he also lost control of this round. Now, the third time Fang Yuan made a move, it was actually Mo Yao who came to persuade him. But the persuasion was so reasonable. Even Fang Yuan himself could not help but be moved. Because earlier, Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyun to make the land spirit recognize him as its master again. But now He Lulan erupted with her true battle strength, protecting the false emotion fake Will Gu. Fang Yuan did not have the false emotion fake Will Gu, why did he still want to kill Ma and Zhao? Chapter 626. Rank 8 Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power, Fang Yuan finally experienced it for himself. This was a kind of helplessness, a kind of fate toying with people. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had to seek benefits and avoid disaster. This was the only way to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. To save or not to save? Mo Yao screamed in Fang Yuan's mind, save, quickly save him. Logic also told Fang Yuan, if he saved Ma Hongyun he would not become enemies with fortune rivaling heaven, and could instead use it to deal with Giant Sun's will. But, at this moment in Fang Yuan's mind, there was another voice. This voice was roaring, shouting, roaring. Save what? Do I have to yield? Do I have to lower my head? Kill him with one slap. What are you afraid of? Was he afraid of these two little bastards? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot stop me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing, but this voice was getting louder and louder, gradually suppressing everything else. His mind was in intense pain. Facing this choice his mouth was dry. The voice in his mind was getting louder and louder, even shaking his heart. Every roar, every shout, seemed to throw dry firewood at the fire in Fang Yuan's heart. The raging fire burned. That was ambition, fighting spirit, unyielding, challenge and stubbornness. The fire burned Fang Yuan's eyes red, the blood in his veins was boiling like a raging river, waves crashing. Come. Let me send you on your way. Fang Yuan opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse. Like sand and iron. He did something that he would not normally do, something that went against his style. His expression was malevolent. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He directly broke the giant tree man in front of him, and tore apart the countless snake-like tree vines. He rushed to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's side. Then he raised his fist. Before he attacked, the terrifying fist aura had already condensed like a mountain. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent almost froze the air. Ah! Ma Hongyun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Fang Yuan's killing intent to be so resolute. His face turned pale with fright and his heart was in a panic. His feet actually tripped over each other. He fell to the ground. Aya! Zhao Lianyun, who was holding hands with him, was also dragged to the ground. This turn of events caused Fang Yuan's heart to skip a beat. He had already been extremely vigilant after the repeated accidents. But he soon discovered that this small accident only slightly prolonged the time that the two sides met. Meanwhile, the two giant tree men had already arrived beside Ma and Zhao. No matter which tree man it was, it only needed one kick to turn the two of them into minced meat. However, Giant Sun's will did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. He only moved the vines towards Ma and Zhao, wanting to separate them. Then kill Zhao Lianyun. At the same time, the 5 tree men suddenly drilled out from the ground, coincidentally blocking in front of Fang Yuan. This firm defensive line would take Fang Yuan more than 10 breaths of time. Giant Sun's will had been implementing his previous tactic. Right now, the extremely weak Blessed Land's land spirit. It had already been kicked out of the game. False emotion fake Wu Gu had been protected by He Lulan all along. It was very safe. Although Ma and Zhao had become the owners of the Blessed Land, as long as they killed Zhao Lianyun, this layer of relationship would be severed. At that time, they could use false emotion fake Wu Gu to let He Lulan and Ma Hongyun become the owners of the imperial court, and the situation could still be salvaged. Thus, right now, when Fang Yuan came to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's will. Damn it. This feeling again, it is always at the crucial moment at the crucial place. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to forcefully break through. Bam bam bam. With a thunderous collision, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His aura was ferocious as he directly broke through the tree man's defense. The whole process only took less than 10 breaths of time. But at the same time, Fang Yuan also paid a disastrous price. On his body there were 3 large wounds, one on his chest, one on his back and one on his back, forming a bloody hole the size of a baby's fist on his stomach. His right forearm was severely fractured, and his left leg was twisted at a strange angle, directly twisted to the side by the huge force. Ah! Fang Yuan laughed wildly. He could not use his arms and legs for the moment, but he still had movement goo, he could still fly. He rapidly flew towards Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. The view before him was completely flat. Ma Hongyun bent his back, tightly hugging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. Outside there were tree vines that coiled around him like pythons. These tree vines wanted to separate the two, but did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. The tree vines competed with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was naturally inferior. Seeing that he and Zhao Lianyun were being forcefully separated, he bit his lips and stared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. No! He screamed in a low voice, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that his lover was about to die in front of him, he was filled with pain and despair, like a wild beast that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Quickly save him, now is the best opportunity to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyun will definitely be grateful to you, and you will be able to borrow his heaven's equal fortune. Why did Giant Sun's will not kill Ma Hongyun? It is because he wants to borrow his luck. In his mind, Mo Yao shouted again, trying to dissuade Fang Yuan. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Fang Yuan's reply was filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. With success at hand, he instead calmed down, his face was expressionless, no longer showing any malevolence. Kill? With Ma and Zhao Lianyun in his attack range, Fang Yuan immediately unleashed a fatal strike. This strike was earth-shattering, causing the atmosphere in front of him to explode. The incomparably ferocious power was like an evil dragon rising to the heavens, overturning the seas and rivers, enveloping Ma and Zhao Lianyun. No! This time, it was Giant Sun's will who screamed in despair and helplessness. He immediately commanded the surrounding tree men to use their bodies to shield Ma and Zhao Lianyun. The tree vines no longer separated the two but quickly shifted. But Giant Sun's will's heart was filled with despair. He knew that what he was doing was useless. Fang Yuan had been preparing this furious strike for a long time. How could it be so easily dodged? The tree man's body would be torn apart by this attack, and the tree vines would not be able to shift in time. In the end, Ma and Zhao Lianyun would be hit by the attack. They would be smashed into meat paste. Even if there were tens of thousands of tree men and the vast sea of trees, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was decisive. He brazenly burst out, breaking through the defense line, and successfully seized the crucial moment. The tree man's movement had always been slow, and the speed of its reinforcements was not outstanding. Ma Hongyun was dead for sure. At this moment it was not only Fang Yuan. Even Giant Sons Will thought the same. Not only them, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun also did not have any hope of escaping. All the factors that affected the situation seemed to have their own effects. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing, 88 Point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sons Will, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Mo Yao. These people or things at this moment had done their best. Time seemed to slow down. Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. A faint smile appeared on her face. What else can save Ma Hongyun? But at the next moment, boom! A loud sound rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. A threatening golden light illuminated the entire checkpoint. Could it be that Giant Sons Will has once again entered the Truyang building? Fang Yuan's heart sank. But soon he found out that was not the case. Giant Sons Will was still being beaten outside the tower. Central Continent's Gu immortals had planned for so many years. The third method they had deliberately created could not be underestimated. If not for this in Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent's Gu immortals would not have returned triumphantly and successfully toppled 88 Point Jinyang Tower. A huge golden light lump. Like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with lightning speed, instantly melting the surrounding tree man and protecting Ma and Zhao at the center. Isn't this that luck path's supreme true inheritance? In his mind, Mo Yao was extremely shocked. He could not help but scream. What's going on? Isn't the supreme true inheritance in True Inheritance secluded domain? Why did it suddenly charge into this checkpoint and fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? Fang Yuan was helpless. He could only stop moving forward. He had already experienced the power of a supreme true inheritance in True Inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could come into contact with. But why was Ma Hongyun completely fine when he was in the ball of light? At once, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a huge sense of dejection in his heart. He used all his battle strength to attempt to kill Ma Hongyun for the third time. Even though he saw hope a moment ago and success was at hand, he still failed in the end. Why would the supreme true inheritance fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? This is impossible. In his mind, Mo Yao completely lost her composure. She scratched her head with her hands. Her long hair was in a mess. She looked like a crazy woman. It was no wonder she was acting like this. Her main body had worked hard and expended a lot of effort, but only managed to break a small crack in the luck path true inheritance. She even let fortune rivaling heaven Gu escape. In the end, she had no choice but to refine calamity beckoning Gu. In the end, calamity beckoning Gu did not help her beloved Bo Qing. She and Bo Qing both died. At this moment, she saw the entire luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself into the arms of a rank 3 mortal. Even if you have fortune rivaling heaven, you can't do this, right? Why can't it be me? I worked so hard and paid such a huge price. Why can't it be me? But it had to be him, a mortal, a fool, a child. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down. He tried to get rid of his irrelevant emotions, thinking hard. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. It was extremely slippery. I understand now. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. He grasped this flash of inspiration. Everything that seemed impossible in front of him suddenly became clear. The supreme true inheritance took the initiative to acknowledge Ma Hongyun as its master, and not anyone else. This was because Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path. It was the crystallization of his essence. To the remaining supreme true inheritances, it was their leader, an emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but at this time? The luck path supreme true inheritance originally existed in the true inheritance secluded domain. Why did it come here for no reason? These two questions actually pointed to one crucial factor. Chapter 627. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, no matter which true inheritance, they all had Giant Sun's will. Otherwise, how could the fated people who came here receive these true inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like challenging the trials in 88 Truyang building. Every round, if there was a Gu worm as a reward, these Gu worms were refined by Giant Sun's will earlier. The Gu masters successfully passed the rounds and obtained these Gu worms. The reason why they could instantly refine these Gu worms and keep them in the aperture was because Giant Sun's will inside the Gu worms took the initiative to give way. According to this logic, any goo master who was willing to give their goo worms to others could create the phenomenon of instant refinement. Previously, when Giant Sun's Will was asleep, it caused the wild goo worm refinement to be slow. Fang Yuan had used this loophole to curry favor with True Yang building. Every true inheritance was controlled by Giant Sun's will. The luck path true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyun earlier because of this. Now that the true inheritance was in Ma Hongyun's hands, it recognized itself as its master. This was not what Giant Sun's Will wanted. Giant Sun's Will wanted nothing more than to control Ma Hongyun. How could he allow it to grow and become harder to control? Thus the truth was revealed. The luck path true inheritance did not have a trace of Giant Sun's Will. Giant Sun's Will took the initiative to leave, causing this supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Next, relying on the newly formed wild will, it submitted to Ma Hongyun. This created another problem. Why did Giant Sun's Will suddenly leave for no reason? Fang Yuan thought of the second time he attacked, when he wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Giant Sun's Will appeared out of nowhere. At this point, all the fog disappeared like smoke in thin air. Fang Yuan used his third method, to expel Giant Sun's Will from True Yang building. Next, he entered True Yang building and successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunxing to save Danghun Mountain. After that, he returned and attempted to control Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second time he tried to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's Will that appeared out of nowhere. At that time, Fang Yuan was extremely puzzled. But now, he understood. This mysterious Giant Sun's Will was drawn out from those true inheritances. Giant Sun's Will was also anxious. In order to turn the tide, he used this move. He had almost turned the tide with this move, but unfortunately for him, Fang Yuan was too decisive in his attacks and directly confronted him fiercely. In the end, only a small portion of Giant Sun's Will, which was forcefully extracted, was left to control this checkpoint. In that case, this Luck Dao Supreme True Inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyun in time because of me? If I didn't pull out Giant Sun's Will and send it outside the pagoda, if I did not brazenly clash with Giant Sun's Will, how could there be such a scene now? Who would have thought that I would be stopped by myself on my third attempt? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan let out a long sigh, and the killing intent in his heart towards Ma Hongyun completely dissipated. The current Ma Hongyun. He was protected by the luck path true inheritance. As a mortal, Fang Yuan wanted to break through this line of defense. It was impossible. Sai, I told you to save him, but you didn't listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down and sighed. Her tone was filled with resentment. If you had saved them and obtained Ma Hongyun's recognition, you would be like Zhao Lianyun, protected by the luck path true inheritance. The current luck path true inheritance is a newborn wild will. Like a child, it does not have any internal defenses. Inside the luck path true inheritance, you can casually understand the true inheritance's contents. This is a supreme fortune, but you gave it up just like that. Helping Ma Hongyun would benefit. Dealing with Ma Hongyun, the benefit was the heavy injuries on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan sneered. Since he had done it, he did not have a trace of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries. At the same time, he said to Mo Yao, even if I cannot touch this luck path inheritance, do you think Giant Sun's Will sit and watch? This luck path true inheritance was one of the 3 supreme true inheritances in the true inheritance secret domain. How could Giant Sun's Will allow it to recognize him as its master like that? In Giant Sun's Will's heart, giving the luck path true inheritance to Ma Hongyun was not something he could not accept. But Ma Hongyun's heart belonged to the otherworldly demon. That was something he could not accept. Giant Sun's Will was special. When his main body created it, he had given it the special meaning of, upon seeing otherworldly demons, he must use all his strength to kill them. Now that Zhao Lianyun was being protected by the luck path true inheritance, if Giant Sun's Will wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he had to get rid of the luck path true inheritance. Thus the entire forest was enraged. Countless tree men rose from the ground and surrounded the luck path true inheritance. Large numbers of tree men even started to tangle with each other, tree man roots intertwined, tree vines intertwined, slowly forming giant tree men. Every one of them was over 100 meters tall. Their aura caused even Fang Yuan to feel apprehensive. Giant Sun's Will used all his strength to kill Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan's retreat was rather smooth. Eliminating otherworldly demons was Giant Sun's Will's first priority. Especially the appearance of the luck path true inheritance, it attracted even more hatred. Fang Yuan, the threat, was still behind in terms of ranking. Giant Sun's Will also knew that he could not deal with Fang Yuan for the time being. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Giant Sun's will strength was limited. He could only focus on dealing with the luck path true inheritance. Soon, Fang Yuan got close to the battle between Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunxing was suppressed, but He Lulan was unable to obtain victory even if she wanted to. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing Gu immortal and also a flying master. The former made him proficient in battles of attrition, while the latter made him slippery and hard to approach. The battle between the two was in a deadlock. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were astonishing. The aftershocks of their battle affected the surrounding trees, causing the surrounding several li to be filled with signs of trees falling. "Senior brother Tai Bai, I'm here to help you," Fang Yuan shouted. The word, senior brother, immediately angered He Lulan. He immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because among the 5 regions, the other 4 regions all relied on clan inheritances. Only Central Continent had a sect system. He Lulan's eyes were wide open in anger. He roared like a bear, as expected of scoundrels who had planned this for a long time. "You two really hid yourselves deeply. Now that you have come out to court death, then I will grant you your wish." Saying so, he fiercely punched at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Fish chi surged out violently. They turned into human silhouettes in the air. They all had the appearance of He Lulan. The 4 fist shadows split into 2. One of them rushed towards Tai Bai Yunxing, while the other 3 concentrated on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a mortal while Tai Bai Yunxing was a Gu immortal. But avoiding the strong and attacking the weak was the most common tactic. One of the 3 human silhouettes killed Fang Yuan, while the other prevented Tai Bai Yunxing from going to help. "Retreat." Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. He quickly warned. He was very clear about the power of this strength path killer move. When he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had received many gifts from Fang Yuan, adding many defensive Gu to his body. But after fighting for so long, Tai Bai Yunxing did not have many defensive Gu worms left. He had sustained heavy injuries many times. It could be seen how powerful He Lulan's strength path killer move was. 3 human silhouettes. They rapidly approached with an imposing aura, causing intense winds to blow. Such a powerful killer move. Even Mo Yao's will in his mind gasped in admiration at this scene. "Be careful. He Lulan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move." Fang Yuan grinned. He was not flustered. Instead he was filled with battle intent, eager to fight. "I will not use 4-arm Earth King of course, because I have an even stronger strength path killer move." Saying so he paused for a moment. Before shouting, "Come, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King." Bam! A formless aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure filled the surrounding tens of li. Intense pain came, like waves crashing into one's heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt endless pleasure from it. His body expanded, his skin lost its luster and moisture, rapidly turning black. His defense rose sharply. In a short moment he turned into a 6-meter-tall giant. 6 thick monstrous arms grew out of his back. The fingers were thick and sinister, each with their own unique characteristics, making people's hearts palpitate. The 3 human silhouettes charged towards Fang Yuan. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, facing them without fear. Punches and kicks collided. It was a direct clash without any fancy moves. Bam bam bam. The muffled sounds of explosions that sounded like muffled thunder continued without end. Be it Fang Yuan or He Lulan's 3 human silhouettes, they all had great momentum. Each attack could cause air to explode. Tai Bai Yunxing looked back worriedly, but after a few breaths of time, his eyes slowly widened. Fang Yuan was just a mortal, but he could actually fight against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were evenly matched. But the 3 human silhouettes were intelligent. After not being able to take him down for a long time, they actually coordinated and attacked Fang Yuan from the front, top left and bottom right respectively. "Be careful." Tai Bai Yunxing warned loudly. He had suffered from similar situations before. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing his heroic spirit. He activated his killer move. 6 monstrous arms grew, including his original 2 arms. He had a total of 8 arms. The 8 arms rotated, fist shadows rained down like a storm, defending himself tightly. He completely blocked the attacks of the 3 human silhouettes from all directions. He was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually blocked it, this killer move. He Lulan's heart shook, her expression turning solemn. "Sai, half-immortal battle strength, this is also a monster." Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and sighed. He was surprised but also not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was completely at ease. He quickly focused on dealing with the human silhouettes in front of him. He waved his sleeves, countless lights flew out from his sleeves. Sawtooth wind blades, blazing blade lights, azure water pythons, golden silk cage nets. Over 100 goo worms were activated by Tai Bai Yunxing at the same time. They were multicolored, blossoming like fireworks. The human silhouettes were shrouded by the fireworks. Their speed slowed down. They immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai Bai Yunxing's attacks followed closely behind, unceasing. The attacks were dazzling like fireworks. They were shot out one after another. The human silhouettes had extraordinary intelligence. They actually knew how to fly in curves, attempting to get close to Tai Bai Yunxing. But Tai Bai Yunxing similarly retreated. His attacks did not show any signs of stopping. He was a goo immortal. He had almost endless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just advanced to goo immortal and did not have enough goo worms, he would not have enough. Otherwise, if hundreds or thousands of goo worms were activated together, the attacks would be even more terrifying. Although the human silhouettes could dodge most of the attacks, under the rain-like attacks, they were constantly being whittled down. The silhouettes were visibly turning dim and illusory. But He Lulan's goal had already been achieved. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have any strong offensive methods. He could only slowly whittle down the human silhouettes. He was old and shrewd, but had a cautious nature. He did not engage in fierce clashes. He could not provide effective support to Fang Yuan. This was due to his nature. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the as before time path inheritance out of the 3 immortal path inheritances. However, even though He Lulan achieved his original goal, he did not feel happy. Because he realized, Fang Yuan did not need any support. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were attacking each other. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's thick defense was truly shocking. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was getting fiercer as he fought. His fists and legs were moving faster and faster. In the end, when the fists met, they actually formed a pitch-black shadow screen. The 3 human silhouettes gradually lost their strength in the battle. Boom boom boom. After 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 human silhouettes could not hold on any longer. They were blown up by Fang Yuan, turning into traces of fist chi and dissipating. He Lulan's pupils shrunk, the battle intent in his heart surging like boiling water. Chapter 628. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the situation was constantly changing, rising and falling. The terrifying will left behind by the rank 9 immortal venerable giant son who had once dominated the world and ruled over an era, specially used to control 88-point Jinyang Tower, the undisputed victor of this Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, the current generation tribe leader of the super tribe He tribe, who had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique He Lulan, the land spirit frost jade peacock who stood at the center of Northern Plains for countless years but was sealed for 10,000 years. The living legend who used almost all of his life to roam Northern Plains and heal the injured. His benevolent name was widely spread. He had a goo immortal inheritance. He became a rank 6 goo immortal and possessed 2 mystical immortal goo Tai Bai Yunxing, and the owner of rank 7 of the top 10 mystical goo, Spring Autumn Cicada, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a mortal who possessed several immortal goo, Owl Demon Gue Fang Yuan, who had been reborn after 500 years. Favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Goo, he became a goo immortal in Fang Yuan's previous life. He inherited Fairy Giant Sun's inheritance, obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter, and became the great hero of Northern Plains, who resisted Central Continent's invasion. Recognized as an otherworldly demon by Giant Sun's will, Fang Yuan became Ma Hongyun's wife in his previous life. She was a wisdom path goo immortal who gave countless help to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Lianyun, also. The former rank 7 goo immortal, refinement path grandmaster, 36th generation fairy of spirit affinity house. The mysterious will left behind after the death of Mo Yao who schemed for 88-point Jinyang Tower. Each of these existences had their own thoughts, and each had their own goals. On the stage of this imperial court-blessed land that was on the verge of collapse, they clashed and competed intensely. They each had their own advantages and methods, as well as their own weaknesses and weaknesses. These were not outstanding geniuses, they were outstanding elites. They were not skilled in scheming. Working together meant that one's strength was immense, and one's luck was overwhelming. Under the stimulation of life and death, under the temptation of huge benefits, these existences did not give it their all. They used all of their methods, taking drastic measures, staking it all on one throw, or working together to create ingenious arrangements. Thus, the situation was sometimes clear. Sometimes it was confusing. At this point, the competition between the various parties was still extremely chaotic. Only the Frost Jade Peacock would be eliminated first. The other people's every move would tilt the entire situation, so they couldn't be underestimated. It would greatly affect the final outcome. Now, the main body of Giant Sun's will was temporarily pulled out of the 88-point Jinyang Tower by Fang Yuan's trump card, and was struck by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will strength was the strongest. On one hand, the main will was trying to return, on the other hand he was risking his life to bring out the true inheritance's will clone, regaining control of the checkpoint. His priority was to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun unexpectedly became the owners of Imperial Court-blessed land. With the protection of the Luck Path true inheritance, his life was temporarily saved. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing formed a temporary alliance and had a tentative confrontation with He Lulan. He Lulan's battle intent surged. He was about to fight with Fang Yuan, but at this time Giant Sun's will requested him to shift the battlefield to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the Luck Path true inheritance. He Lulan hesitated for a moment, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will. I will let you off for now. He stared at Fang Yuan fiercely before flying away like lightning. Fang Yuan watched him leave. He floated in the air and did not pursue. Huff. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a breath of turbid air, and flew to Fang Yuan's side. Although he was a Gu immortal, he was only proficient in healing, and he lacked a large number of mortal Gu. His battle strength was inferior to ordinary Gu immortals. After a battle of attrition, he finally killed the human phantom that was pestering him. He Lulan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the Luck Path true inheritance. Should we join in? In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This Luck Path true inheritance was the supreme inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal relied on it to dominate an era, becoming invincible in the world. To any Gu master, this Luck Path true inheritance was an incomparably huge temptation. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not move. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his left. Not far away from him, a whirlwind was gathering. Be careful, He Lulan's fish chi, even if it is scattered, it can still gather again. Tai Bai Yunxing warned. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step and arrived in front of the whirlwind, smashing his fist down. Bam! With a muffled sound, the fish chi was scattered again. More than half of the fish chi had dissipated, but the remaining fish chi was still persistently gathering. It was just that the amount left was too little, it could not take form. The Strength Path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Strength Path phantoms were a long-range attacking method of Strength Path, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such an intelligent human strength phantom. This seemed to be an original creation. Even in the history of Gu masters that Fang Yuan knew of, there were no similar records. It could be called He Lulan Strength Path Phantom. Most importantly, this He Lulan Strength Path Phantom, even if it was scattered, could still gather again. This simply had the meaning of endless pestering. He Lulan definitely did not use his full strength. If he could erupt with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, then the remnant fish chi could gather again. The might would be terrifying. If he could summon 30 human strength phantoms, then this Strength Path killer move would definitely be on par with your 6-arm heavenly zombie king. In his mind, Mo Yao's will evaluated with a heavy tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any recollection of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will shook his head. I am not a Strength Path Gu immortal. This killer move is extremely related to Soul Path and Chi Path. The thought process is very unique and innovative. It is very different from the style of the ancient times. Dozens of true inheritances were dominated by the newly born wild wills. They were like headless flies rampaging around. From time to time they collided with each other, creating sparks as they were continuously damaged. This scene made Mo Yao's heart ache. Quickly make your choice, Fang Yuan. These true inheritances are destroying each other. If the damage is severe, even if you get them, you might lose their essence. As for Fang Yuan, he did not have much time left. He could only take one true inheritance. Regarding this, Fang Yuan already had a plan. He said solemnly, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak. Point me to the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan's words caused Mo Yao to be stunned. Immediately after, her eyes and mouth opened wide, her mind was in extreme shock. In 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was very clear. When Fang Yuan entered True Inheritance secluded domain, she had given him pointers. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. The second supreme true inheritance was Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88-point Jinyang Tower itself. That was to say, if one obtained this true inheritance, they would be able to control 88-point Jinyang Tower. Why didn't I think of that? Mo Yao mumbled, Giant Sun's will has been completely mobilized, this is the best time to seize control of 88-point Jinyang Tower. That's right. Giant Sun's will was too preoccupied with dealing with Zhao Lianyun, he exposed his greatest weakness, thus giving us a chance to turn the tables. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an unstoppable sharp light. He looked around, his chest burning with the flames of ambition. The enemy's weakness was acutely grasped by him. Success or failure depended on this. As long as he could take control of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he would have the home advantage. At that time, no matter how strong Giant Sun's will was, he would be a drowning dog locked outside the door. Looking at the tightly shut door, he could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 629. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved forward in the True Inheritance Secret Realm. The pitch-black True Inheritance Secret Realm no longer had its previous order and tranquility. It was all because Giant Sun's will had been drawn out, causing the tens of true inheritances to become ownerless, and in a very short period of time, wild wills were born. These true techniques were like colorful meteors, flying at high speed in this dark space, interweaving with each other to form a huge net of light. Another true legacy suddenly rushed over from Fang Yuan's front left. This true inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It emitted a dazzling silver light. It almost brushed past Fang Yuan. The brilliant silver light shone on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's faces. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with solemnity and nervousness. These true inheritances had extraordinary power, they all had their own mysteries, almost all of the Gu worms contained within were immortal Gu. Neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Bai Yunxing could afford it. Especially now, the true inheritances were being led by new wild wills, who knew when the power of immortal Gu would erupt. It was completely unpredictable. Shuttling through this place was like dancing on a tightrope of death. The speed of these true disciples is getting faster and faster. Haven't you found the target yet? Tai Bai Yunxing shouted at Fang Yuan, but his voice was trembling. Soon, Fang Yuan replied. He also felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. Even though he was a flying master with superb skills, he still felt the pressure. Boom. Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Not good, hide quickly. Mo Yao's will and Fang Yuan's mind hurriedly warned. Not far ahead, 2 true inheritances collided, and in the intense sound waves, several Gu worms were destroyed on the spot. Before Tai Bai Yunxing could feel his heart ache, his face turned pale. The collision changed the original flight direction of the 2 inheritances, causing one of them to be bright yellow. Towards the 2 of them. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing quickly activated all of his defensive Gu worms, setting up over 100 defensive lines around Fang Yuan and himself. The true inheritors were ferociously charging over, crushing all the defensive lines with ease. However, during this slight delay, Tai Bai Yunxing managed to gain some crucial time. It allowed Fang Yuan and himself to have a time shift. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the eardrums of the 2. The true inheritance meteor left behind a beautiful flame tail as it shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they were 10,000 steps away from Fang Yuan and Zhang Xian. Most of my defensive Gu worms have been destroyed. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was miserable. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's retreat. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to retreat. Fang Yuan frowned. He had long understood Tai Bai Yunxing's temperament. The older a person was, the more timid they became. Tai Bai Yunxing lacked the adventurous spirit to fight. He could heal others, but life and death struggles were not his forte. Just as Fang Yuan was preparing words to rouse Tai Bai Yunxing's fighting spirit, Mo Yao's will suddenly screamed in his mind, "Look, it's above your heads. It's right above your heads. We found it." Fang Yuan's mind was roused as he looked up. Sure enough, he saw a supreme true inheritance flying slowly. The true inheritance light lump's speed was not fast. It was a clear contrast to the surrounding ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult, its whole body silently emitted an orange-red light, giving people a warm feeling. The surrounding true inheritances. When it flew near, it would take the initiative to detour and change its direction. Between goo worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. The prestige of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary true inheritances or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Let's go. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He called out to Tai Bai Yunxing. He immediately flew over. Hold on. All of you hold on. Yi Luisang's eyes were red. He shouted as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned. They rapidly spread. The golden horned leopard group attacking them was extremely resistant to high temperature. But Yi Luisang's flames borrowed the power of an immortal goo. The golden horned leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into pools of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding goo masters cheered in joy. Lord Yi Luisang is mighty. Fortunately, the Lord was with us. Otherwise we would have been in grave danger. Yi Luisang breathed roughly. He was flustered, exasperated, helpless and furious. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to goo immortal, then Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, the 10-year snow calamity wreaked havoc, and finally, 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly sucked us in. I thought we had escaped the trap, but the round in the tower actually activated again. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this competition for the Lord of Imperial Court. Yi Luisang cursed in his heart. Not only him, even Ma Yingjie, Luo Bojun, Gu Guolong and the other survivors were kept in the dark, not knowing the truth. These people were Northern Plains Gu masters who were stationed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had countless holes in it. The 10-year snow calamity poured in and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Low-rank Gu masters also suffered heavy casualties. But later, Giant Suns will took some time out of his busy schedule and saved some of these bloodline descendants. Yi Luisang and the others were placed in the Golden Leopard round. When Fang Yuan used his final trump card, he temporarily pulled Giant Sun's will out of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Without Giant Sun's will controlling the round, large numbers of golden horned leopards inside started to attack Yi Luisang and the others. Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower. The golden sand-like Giant Sun's will wrapped around the tower, like an incomparably thick armor. The terrifying heavenly calamity and earthly calamity had already been refined into one, mixing into one color, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was a vast expanse of snow white, as if it was an enormous cocoon, tightly wrapping the 88 True Yang building and Giant Sun's will within. Outside the cocoon, intense winds howled and sharp ice blades danced around. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and hailstones rained down like a torrential rain. Crack! A snow-white electric light suddenly formed in the shape of a trident. The odd-shaped lightning descended from the sky, fiercely stabbing into Giant Sun's will. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Chapter 630. In True Inheritance Secluded Domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stood on the left and right, their 4 palms tightly grasping the supreme true inheritance. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's will, along with the fact that Giant Sun's will had been drawn out, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were able to come into contact with the true inheritance. The most crucial point was that there was no primeval energy in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Wild goo worms could directly absorb the primeval energy in the surrounding air and activate themselves. Without primeval energy, most wild goo would lose their power. This was also one of the reasons why Giant Sun's will wanted to push Giant Sun's luck path True Inheritance back into True Inheritance Secluded Domain. The original Supreme True Inheritance was emitting a warm orange-red light. Right now, in Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's hands, there were 3 colors. Silver-white occupied the main body. It was refined by Tai Bai Yunxing using a Gu Immortal's will. The second color was Fang Yuan's gray. The third color was Mo Yao's black. Silver-white was the most common, followed by gray and black. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It had an extremely large number of Gu worms. Fang Yuan and the rest had no choice but to go all out to refine 88-point Jinyang Tower as soon as possible. It could be said, be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunxing, they had given it their all. Just a bit more, put in more effort. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted anxiously. Giant Sun's will return to True Yang building, Its angry roar was heard by the three. The adult-sized ball of light only had a trace of orange-red color left. As long as this color corrosion was engulfed, 88-point Jinyang Tower would have a new owner. The battle situation would greatly lean towards Fang Yuan's side. But at the last moment, Giant Sun's will attacked furiously. The will left behind by an immortal venerable was truly extraordinary. Together with this will, it was the owner of 88-point Jinyang Tower to begin with. In an instant, the last trace of orange was replaced by a dazzling golden light. Seeing this color, Fang Yuan and the others' hearts sank. This meant that Giant Sun's will had refined the last bit of space. Youngsters, you guys are really audacious. How dare you set your sights on the 88-point Jinyang Tower? I will make you pay the heaviest price in the world. From the ball of light in his hand, the roar of Giant Sun's will resounded. Quick! Giant Sun's will is only a sliver. Let's do our best and attack together. We must exterminate him. Fang Yuan roared. Tai Bai Yunxing was sweating profusely. There was no need for anyone to remind him, he already knew what was most important at hand. The two of them shouted and exerted their strength at the same time, stirring up the army of thoughts. They launched a fierce charge towards the last shred of ground. Giant Sun's will's roar came to an abrupt stop, as he used all his strength to block the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest. Although his main body was huge, he had only refined a sliver of the true inheritance, and the ground he occupied was too little. Even with the vast and majestic military strength, it far surpassed the Will Alliance army of Fang Yuan and the rest. But without a spacious area to spread out the military strength, the battle strength they could display was not even a 10,000th of the main body. The newly born wild will in the supreme true inheritance had already been completely destroyed. The true inheritance light orb was quiet. It became a battlefield for Fang Yuan and the rest to fight against Giant Sun's will. A contest of wills. They had their own mystical skills. But be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunxing, they were not true soul path Gu masters. He was the closest to Fang Yuan, feeling a formless heavenly power suddenly forming and wrapping around Fang Yuan, lifting him up. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of this mighty power of the heavens and earth. It was because he had personally experienced it not long ago. Junior brother, you are actually shattering your aperture to ascend to Gu Immortal now? Tai Bai Yunxing's words shocked everyone present. Gu masters transcend mortals and step onto the path of immortals. It was a risk with a slim chance of survival. Fang Yuan was actually shattering his aperture in this dangerous situation, attempting to ascend to Gu Immortal realm. Does this guy have a screw loose in his head? He can't even see the most basic situation. Is he stupid? Could it be that he can't see any hope of victory and is using this special method to seek death? At once, Yi Lui sang and the rest were filled with doubts. But at the next moment, Giant Sun's will's furious roar resounded in the whole true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. You actually shattered your aperture at this moment and triggered the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. You actually have such evil intentions, wholeheartedly wanting to destroy True Yang building. Descendants, quickly kill this sinner. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have already started to change. Different from his previous roars, this time, other than overflowing anger, Giant Sun's will's voice was mixed with panic. The fusion of many heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities was far from a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. The 10-year blizzard disaster affected the whole of northern plains. Although it had a large area, its power was not great. Even mortals could rely on some special regions to endure it. When Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to Gu Immortal, he left behind chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke. These were the most effective at restraining wills, and were only slightly troublesome to Giant Sun's will. But after these two fused together, Snow War Tribulation Lightning was created. This was one of the 10 great catastrophes. This Tribulation Lightning's power was terrifying. Giant Sun's will had to pay a huge price to resist it. Now, on the foundation of Snow War Tribulation Lightning, a new heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was added. Once these two heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities fused, a new transformation would occur, and its power would be unparalleled. Even giant sons will felt fear. After all, it was only a special will left behind by an immortal venerable. Even though it could kill Gu immortals, under the might of heaven and earth, it paled in comparison. Quick, ancestor has spoken, let's attack together. Come with me, let's kill the two of them. Warriors of northern plains, crush these two outsiders into dregs. He Lulan and the rest were awakened by Giant Sun's will's command and charged over. Before they arrived, all kinds of Gu worms had already unleashed their majestic attacks. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity fused into the 10-year blizzard disaster, immediately increasing the power of the blizzard disaster. The snow war tribulation lightning was like a drug becoming excited. It struck continuously, the interval between each strike was less than a breath of time. Every time it resisted, Giant Sons will had to pay a heavy price. But he could not leave just like that. 88-point Jinyang Tower needed his protection. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower had almost completely stopped functioning. It was only in shape. If Giant Sun's will's protection was removed, in the blink of an eye, True Yang Tower would be destroyed by the terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the inheritance treasure left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun's will was the manager of this tower. Because of his duty, Giant Sun's will could only brace himself to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Like this, he had become Fang Yuan's nanny during his tribulation, to protect his enemy and help him to ascend to immortality. Under the circumstances, Giant Sun's will, who had no choice but to do this, could only feel the anger in his heart. Fang Yuan, you thief, wait until I get through the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I will rip out your tendons and skin you alive. I will drink your blood and eat your flesh. Giant Sun's will roared, even with the continuous rumbling of thunder, it could not cover up his roar. But very quickly, his roar stopped and turned to shock. This is a chaotic branching tooth. In the sky filled with thunder and lightning, 18 whirlpools appeared. The whirlpools spun rapidly, the edges of the whirlpools quickly expanding. In every black whirlpool there was a huge snow-white beast tooth, slowly taking shape. A total of 18 beast teeth, they were as white as snow, each of them were huge, as thick as an ancient tree and over 30 m long. The beast teeth were ready to attack. An intense sense of danger rose in Giant Sun's will's heart. Similarly, one of the 10 great calamities, the chaotic branching tooth, was ranked above the snow war tribulation lightning, and its might was even more terrifying. I definitely cannot let the 18 chaotic branching teeth attack at the same time. At that time, even I will not be able to block it. I need to attack earlier. Giant Sun's will was experienced in battle, and immediately chose to attack. Without hesitation, he split into 10 dragon wills in the blink of an eye. They roared and spiraled, valiantly charging towards the heavenly tribulation. But on the way there were wind blades and hail. The snow war tribulation lightning continued to crackle. Half of the 10 dragon wills were destroyed along the way, leaving only 5 that successfully collided with the whirlpools. But the results of the collision were not obvious. Only 3 succeeded in destroying the whirlpools. The remaining 2 dragon wills were heavily damaged in the collision. The whirlpools that they collided with shook for a while before recovering. The tribulation lightning crackled. The speed of the attack was actually faster than before. As though it was mocking Giant Sun's will. Damn it! Damn it! Giant Sun's will was helpless. He could only split into 10 dragon wills, and launch another fierce assault. True Inheritance secluded domain, however, was still peaceful. Fang Yuan's eyes were closed, his expression was calm, and he was breathing leisurely. Most of his attention was placed on the shattered second aperture. My first aperture's vital Gu is Spring-Autumn Cicada. This Gu is very important. If I advance to Gu Immortal, I will become a Time Path Gu Immortal. Unfortunately, I have little knowledge of Time Path, and I have no experience in undergoing tribulation with an Immortal Gu. I cannot take the risk. Only the second aperture's vital Gu is All-Out Effort Gu, and I can become a Strength Path Gu Immortal. Since rebirth, I have researched Strength Path. Although I am not as proficient in Blood Path, this foundation is enough for me to advance to Gu Immortal. Right now, the second aperture was already in a complete mess. It formed a hole, attracting heaven qi and earth qi to enter. Tai Bai Yunxing had lived for less than 100 years, but his foundation was enough for him to advance to Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, and his knowledge was greater than Tai Bai Yunxing, who had a Gu Immortal inheritance. It was more than enough for him to advance to Gu Immortal. But now is not the best time to advance to Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation. He had not reached the peak yet. He only had the strength of 100 June, his bones were impermanence Gu, his flesh was turtle jade wolf skin, and his set of strength path Gu worms were not all rank 5. These were all related to his potential after advancing to Gu Immortal. It was best if the size of the immortal aperture could be perfect. Fang Yuan's original plan was to accumulate to the most profound stage. Then, he would make sufficient preparations before taking the risk to advance to Gu Immortal. Unfortunately, plans could not keep up with changes. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan could only do this. Heaven and earth qi converged into his body, and at the same time, thick white human qi spread out from Fang Yuan's body. The dense human qi formed a huge balloon, covering Fang Yuan's whole body. He Lulan's pupils shrunk at this. Yi Luisang said in disbelief, "How can this be? He actually has such dense human qi, this is even stronger than Tai Bai Yunxing. To think that junior brother's accumulation is so deep. It can be seen that junior brother is already prepared for this immortal ascension, and is not taking a risk." Tai Bai Yunxing also looked at him with a surprised gaze, but his heart was at ease. Clear and elegant heaven qi, golden and heavy earth qi. Together with the pure white human qi, the three converged and formed a mixed qi mass. This way he had reached the second step of immortal ascension, internalization. Damn it. This little thief is internalizing. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The river-like giant sun's will was burning with anxiety. It did not dare to act rashly. Once it was contaminated by the heaven qi, it would melt into nothingness. Once it was corroded by the earth qi, it would turn into stone and die. As the intersection point of the three qi, Fang Yuan was in an even more dangerous situation. He had to maintain a balance between the three qi at all times. If there was too much heaven qi and earth qi, he would die on the spot. Even if it was human qi, if there was too much imbalance, it would cause self-detonation. However, riches were found in danger. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Right now, it was occupied by a lump of three-colored qi, waiting for the vital Gu to enter and complete the final step, exploding the immortal aperture after accumulating for a long time. If the immortal aperture did not explode, Fang Yuan's life would be devoured by the qi of heaven and earth, and he would die. If the immortal aperture exploded, no matter what grade it was, at this crucial moment Fang Yuan's mind would be empty, and he would fall into a vulnerable state where he would be defenseless. This period of time varied from person to person. If the enemy took advantage of this moment, Fang Yuan's outcome would be worrying, and he might die without a proper burial. Right now He Lulan and the rest were stopping Fang Yuan at this step. Fang Yuan did not dare to release the Gu, he could only let the compressed three-colored qi lump in his body tremble. This cannot go on. If this drags on for a certain period of time, the three-colored qi lump will disperse and all the accumulations I used to advance to Gu Immortal will be for naught. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to break out of this dangerous situation. Rumble. Right at this moment, True Inheritance secluded domain suddenly shook. Rumble. Immediately after, there was another wave of shaking, making people feel uneasy and fearful. What's going on? What happened? Is True Inheritance secluded domain going to collapse? He Lulan, Yi Luisang and the rest had worried expressions. They knew. This was the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside the tower. It had finally reached the main body of 88-point Xinyang Tower. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were overjoyed. This proved that Giant Sun's will had used all his strength. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were extremely terrifying, even he had reached his limit. Damn it, I finally made it. Giant Sun's will breathed roughly, he was fearful and glad. He did not even have the strength to curse Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will, which was originally 10 feet thick and wrapped around 88-point Jinyang Tower like a golden armor, was now only left with a thin layer. It was dim and without light. 36 chaotic branching fangs were not as simple as stacking on top of each other. Their power had increased by almost 10 times. During the entire process, Snow War Tribulation lightning was crazily striking everywhere as if it did not cost anything. The originally fleeting lightning had become as bright as sunlight, shining endlessly. This showed the terrifying frequency of Snow War Tribulation lightning. Giant Sun's will had narrowly escaped death. He only had less than 1% of his will left. He attacked with all his might. After much effort, he managed to destroy 11 whirlpools in advance. The remaining chaotic branching fangs exploded together. Giant Sun's will risked his life to block most of them, but there were still 7 that he could not block. 7 wounds appeared on 88-point Jinyang Tower. Especially 4 of them, they directly pierced through True Yang Tower, creating 4 passages. Fang Yuan and the rest were in True Inheritance secluded domain. The tremors they felt originated from this. My 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun's will inspected it, his heart bleeding. He almost could not help but wail. The losses were too huge. The number of goo worms that were lost was not only huge. Moreover, there were 1 or 2 immortal goo among them. To replenish these goo worms and restore 88-point Jinyang Tower to its original state, who knew how long it would take? Fang Yuan, you wretched bastard. You underwent tribulation yourself, but you want me to bear the consequences. I will make you regret being born in this world. Giant Sun's will fiercely cursed in his heart. The giant cocoon formed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity was already thinning. At this time, several pillars of light shone down from the sky. Through the dark clouds, the light shone on the damaged 88-point Jinyang Tower. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity were slowly dissipating. Giant Sun's will slowly let go of the boulder in his heart. He almost cried tears of joy. This heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is finally ending. It is finally ending. I finally made it. Although 88-point Jinyang Tower was heavily damaged, the foundational goo worms were not lost. No matter how many mortal goo were destroyed, they can be replenished. The immortal goo that were lost are more troublesome. But they can also be refined again. Even if someone else got it first. They can also use other goo worms to replace them. The outcome is set. Next, we need to kill the otherworldly demon, and then take care of this scoundrel Fang Yuan. Seeing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity dissipating in front of him, Giant Sun's will, who was about to take revenge, felt much better. At this time, a large light blue hand gradually appeared. It appeared in front of Giant Sun's will. This is... The remaining Giant Sun's will's body shook intensely. He was even more frightened than when he saw 70 to 80 random teeth. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer move, Formless Hand. This damned Fang Yuan, why is his luck so bad? He actually caused such a calamity. Rank 9 goo immortals were invincible in the world. They could leave behind a unique mark in the whole world. Even if they died, some killer moves would appear again in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. I know. This Fang Yuan was extremely daring. He wanted to kill the child of luck Ma Hong Yun, but in the end he suffered the backlash of fortune goo. His luck was terrible. Thus, he caused such a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will thought of the reason. He felt extremely bitter. In the end, the source was fortune rivaling heaven goo left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Under a freak combination of factors, Giant Sun's will was actually tricked by his own arrangements. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Formless Hand to rob and steal countless goo worms. The whole world was helpless against it. But thankfully, this Formless Hand only has 5 fingers. It can at most snatch rank 5 goo. Oh heavens! Giant Sun's will muttered to himself. Suddenly his voice rose as he lost his composure and screamed. He saw the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slowly dissipate, as large numbers of formless hands appeared one after another. 2, 3, 20, 30, 200, 300, countless formless hands appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. Among them there were 1-finger formless hands to 5-finger formless hands. They occupied the majority. There were 16 6-finger formless hands, 9 7-finger formless hands. Didn't you guys notice that these giant light blue hands are very similar to the flying snow hands? Haha, Ancestor Giant Sun finally made a move. It seems that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity have passed. These two scoundrels are finally finished. Some people's guesses were quickly acknowledged by everyone else. But just as they were about to cheer, a miserable scream was heard. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a person in the periphery being caught by a giant light blue hand. Soon after, the giant hand seemed to have grabbed something and clenched into a fist as it flew away. That person let out a shrill scream. My goo worms were all snatched away by this hand. What? Everyone was in an uproar. Soon, the second victim also appeared. My vital goo, it was also snatched away. Puff. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The vital goo was closely related to the goo master's life. Once it was snatched away by the giant hand and lost connection, the goo master immediately suffered a backlash. The hand rained down and began to wantonly snatch the goo worms. Quick, hide. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. This is not Ancestor Giant Sun's method. Could it be a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? Many people cried out in shock. What heavenly tribulation is this? It actually snatched away the goo worms. Someone was extremely shocked. The importance of goo worms to goo masters was self-evident. Quickly keep the goo worms in the aperture. Someone hurriedly reminded. But everyone soon found that even if they kept the goo worms in the aperture, they would still be snatched away. The giant light blue hand was incorporeal and formless. It did not harm the human body at all and specialized in capturing goo worms. Once captured, the goo master would immediately lose connection with them. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this giant light blue hand? Will it snatch away the immortal goo? Tai Bai Yunxing also could not see the origin of the giant light blue hand, and the scene in front of him made him very nervous. At this time, 3 giant hands pounced towards him and he hurriedly dodged. Even as a flying master, he quickly fell into a dangerous situation. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. The giant hands were extremely fast and extremely agile, and most importantly, they were similar to flash bug goo, attacking in a flash, making it hard to defend against. Tai Bai Yunxing was in an extremely sorry state, not to mention the other goo masters. This seems to have been recorded in the tribe's secret manuals. He Lulan frowned. He could not dodge in time and was caught by a 4-fingered formless hand. For a moment he was unable to move. The giant light blue hand seemed to be incorporeal, like a light breeze brushing past. It did not cause any injuries to He Lulan's body. But He Lulan felt pain in his head, and instantly lost connection with a rank 4 goo. Not good. He Lulan cursed inwardly. Spring-autumn cicada rapidly recovered, an enormous pressure spread, the first aperture could no longer bear it. Not good. When the immortal aperture forms, not only does the space expand, the flow of time also changes. The cause of the latter is the immortal aperture becoming a small world, leading to a tributary of the river of time. Spring-autumn cicada feeds on the water of the river of time. Now that it is close to the river, it swallowed a lot of the river water and increased its recovery speed. Fang Yuan instantly understood the reason. Spring-autumn cicada had been recovering slowly since the last time it was used. The trip to northern plains had taken a long time. Spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, and the pressure on the first aperture was also increasing. Originally, the first aperture was at the peak stage of rank 5. According to Fang Yuan's estimation, it could still last for some time. But now this unforeseen event brought forward the time limit greatly. Since rebirth, spring-autumn cicada had always been a hidden danger to Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal, this hidden danger immediately expanded into a serious internal problem, directly pushing it to Fang Yuan. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his body suddenly descending. A formless hand just brushed past his hair, grabbing air. In this situation, Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. The immortal aperture had to form, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted and all his efforts would go to waste. Without the strength of a goo immortal, there was no way to continue fighting. But spring-autumn cicada could not be ignored. Crack crack. A loud sound reverberated in True Inheritance' secluded domain, as if something important had shattered. The sound made people's hearts palpitate. Everyone's momentum paused and they raised their heads to look. True Inheritance' secluded domain was like an eggshell that had been hit, forming countless cracks. The cracks rapidly expanded and light from the outside world shone in through the cracks. At the same time, many formless hands also squeezed in through the cracks. 7 fingers appeared. Seeing so many giant light blue hands, many Gu masters cried out in alarm. So many giant hands, how can there be so many? Oh no, look, there is actually a 7-fingered giant hand squeezing in. Giant light blue hands continuously flew into True Inheritance secluded domain, and everyone's situation became even more precarious. He Lulan's expression was grim. Even Tai Bai Yunxing felt an intense pressure in his heart. Flying masters were not omnipotent. So many formless hands greatly increased the difficulty of flying and dodging. Moreover, defending for a long time was bound to result in losses. Who wouldn't make mistakes when in a highly tense state? Oh no. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart sank. What he feared had come true. At the crucial moment he made a mistake. He lost his final chance, and 6 formless hands blocked his remaining escape route. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunxing gritted his teeth and directly charged towards a 3-fingered formless hand. Taking advantage of this time, the other formless fists had already flown far away and Fang Yuan could not catch up. Suppress. Fang Yuan mobilized the will in his mind and injected it into the Gu worms, temporarily suppressing them. He simply did not have time to refine these Gu worms, let alone research their uses. While flying, Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone with blue light. Perhaps it was because Fang Yuan was in the limelight. 8 formless hands actually attacked him together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped and he quickly dodged. He suddenly stopped and moved, crazily changing directions. His field of vision changed drastically, from the sky to the ground, almost making him dizzy. He spent a Herculean effort and finally managed to break free. Just as he stabilized, whoosh, the sound of wind arose. A formless hand came straight at him. Fang Yuan was just about to dodge when his pupils suddenly dilated. This was a formless fist. He laughed loudly and waved his 6 wings as he punched. After smashing the formless fist, he obtained the rank 5 Gu. The Gu worm vibrated in his hand and struggled with all its might, trying to escape. Fang Yuan sent in a portion of his will but was unable to suppress it. He immediately frowned, knowing that this Gu was not a wild Gu, but another Gu master's Gu worm. Because the Gu worm had someone else's will, the difficulty of refining it was several times that of a wild Gu, and the difficulty of temporarily suppressing it also increased sharply. Put down my Gu. A familiar roar resounded in his ears. Fang Yuan looked towards the source of the voice and immediately laughed. Chapter 638. He Lulan was complaining incessantly in his heart. His battle strength was outstanding, and he possessed an extremely powerful strength path long-range killer move. But this way it covered up his weakness of lacking movement speed. To be precise, He Lulan cultivated strength path as well as dark path, so his movement ability was not ordinary. But in the current situation only flying masters could barely survive. He Lulan's weakness was completely exposed under the pursuit of the formless hands. The formless hands wreaked havoc, and He Lulan's Gu worms were snatched one after another. Even though he destroyed many formless hands and recovered many. But at the same time, new formless hands would snatch even more Gu worms from his body. At this moment, He Lulan was pouncing rapidly like a raging bear, his face filled with malevolence and anger. Even though he knew, in this situation Fang Yuan had a huge advantage, but he could not let go. Because the Gu worm that Fang Yuan caught was He Lulan's vital Gu. The vital Gu was closely related to the Gu master, and their lives were intertwined. Once it was destroyed, the Gu master would immediately suffer heavy injuries. Fang Yuan holding this Gu was equivalent to holding onto a huge weakness of He Lulan. Speaking of which, this vital Gu of He Lulan had a difficult life. It was snatched by the formless hands many times, and was snatched back by He Lulan with great difficulty. Counting carefully, this was the 6th time the vital Gu had been snatched. But this time an accident occurred and it actually fell into Fang Yuan's hands. He Lulan was furious and anxious. The vital Gu had fallen into the enemy's hands. This situation was too serious, he had to get it back. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not know that the rank 5 Gu in his hands was He Lulan's vital Gu. But looking at He Lulan's performance, it must be an extremely important Gu. Stop daydreaming if you want to take back the Gu worm. Fang Yuan flapped the 6 wings on his back and his body flew up. It suddenly flew far away. He Lulan had tried to kill Fang Yuan several times before, so there was already a deep hatred between Fang Yuan and He Lulan. But now was not the best time to kill He Lulan. The more formless hands there were, the harder it was for Fang Yuan to evade them. If he wanted to kill a powerful enemy in such an environment, even if he succeeded, he would have to pay an extremely heavy price. Especially since He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. If he was forced into a dead end and he impulsively self-destructed, Fang Yuan would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Let him chase after us. Let's see how long he can last. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, forcefully suppressing the restless goo worm in his hand. Soon he shook off He Lulan. Fang Yuan dodged the formless hands along the way as he flew. He sent a portion of his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture continued to grow. Ever since he left Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture continued to absorb heaven and earth qi. Right now, it had an area of over 4 million square kilometers. The immortal aperture sky was orange and the ground was not flat. White stone mountains rose and fell as if they were cut by knives and axes, standing tall and straight. The terrain of the immortal aperture was related to the Gu Master's path, accumulation, temperament, and comprehension. This was the first time Fang Yuan had become a strength path Gu immortal. He could only skim through it. He knew the general situation. If he wanted to understand it in depth, he could only research it in the future. Time flow. It has also reached 1 to 12. 1 day in the outside world is 12 days in the immortal aperture. The growth speed has also slowed down. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. At this moment, the heaven and earth qi in true inheritance secluded domain had almost been absorbed by him. He was waiting for the immortal aperture to take shape. This was his main goal. Once he had Gu immortal battle strength, everything would change. My Gu worms will be temporarily stored with you, I won't give up. He Lulan helplessly looked at Fang Yuan flying further and further away. He could only shout like this. While chasing, he was obstructed by the formless hands and lost many Gu worms. It was already difficult for him to dodge the formless hands. Now that he had to chase after Fang Yuan, he would naturally suffer such consequences. He Lulan had no choice but to give up. In this situation, if he continued to chase forcefully, it would definitely arouse Fang Yuan's suspicions. If he guessed that this was his vital Gu, it would be even worse. I can only rely on my connection with the Gu worm to slowly get close to him while dodging the formless hands, then launch a sudden attack. Hateful thief. He Lulan gritted his teeth, plotting in his heart. Formless hands could snatch Gu worms, but they could not refine them. Once the formless fist was broken, the Gu worm would be released, and the Gu Master would immediately sense the Gu worm and summon it back. Fang Yuan forcefully suppressed He Lulan's vital Gu, but did not have the time or energy to refine it. Thus, He Lulan's connection with the Gu worm was still there, giving him the hope of making a comeback. As time passed, in true inheritance secluded domain, the formless hands had already completely gained the upper hand. Giant light blue hands were everywhere, hovering like a swarm of bees. Be it Gu Masters or true inheritance light lumps, they could only dodge in all directions. Spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry, the pressure was heavy. As the immortal aperture grew, spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the river of time, bringing greater pressure to the first aperture. Many cracks had already appeared on the first aperture's aperture walls. To reduce the pressure on the first aperture as much as possible, Fang Yuan had already expended all the primeval essence in the first aperture. His flying speed was extremely fast, and using dozens of movement Gu consumed a huge amount of primeval essence. Fortunately, I had planned for a long time before coming here, and had made ample preparations, purchasing large numbers of beggar moths. But even so, I still have to pay attention to my primeval essence. Once my primeval essence is expended, the consequences will be unthinkable. These beggar moths were Gu worms used to store primeval essence. They were shaped like moths, but there were round holes on their wings. These holes made the beggar moths look dilapidated, like beggars wearing ragged clothes, and did not look good. But the truth was, the more holes on the beggar moth's wings, the better. Yi Lui sang and the others fled with all their might, but how could they make it in time? No. This unlucky Yi Lui tribe leader let out a mournful scream, as hundreds of non-phase hands filled his vision, becoming bigger and bigger. It was like a gust of wind blowing or like a swarm of locusts passing through. The giant light blue hands continued to fly, not letting Fang Yuan go. As for Yi Lui Sang and the others, they blankly stayed on the spot. There were too many non-phase hands. In just a few breaths of time, all the goo worms on their bodies were captured. In the blink of an eye they had become completely broke. Although there was still primeval essence left in their apertures, it was useless. How will I explain this to Lord Supreme Elder when I return? Yi Lui Sang's heart was filled with fear and bewilderment. The fire path immortal goo on him was specially lent to him by Yi Lui tribe's Supreme Elder, Yi Lui Lai. It was to help him become the Lord of the Imperial Court. The preciousness of immortal goo was self-evident. Yi Lui Sang lost the competition, and in order to protect his immortal goo, even though he was also a tribe leader of a super tribe, he could only endure the humiliation and side with He Lulan. Now, because of Fang Yuan's misdirection, the fire path immortal goo that he protected with all his heart was lost in the end. Fang Yuan flew all the way, and when he turned around he saw that the number of non-phase hands behind him had decreased slightly, and was slightly happy. This was all Yi Lui Sang's contribution. Fang Yuan also saw the hope of getting rid of this group of non-phase hands. That was to divert the trouble to someone else. He had flying master attainment, but others did not. That is. While escaping, Fang Yuan finally found traces of Ma Hongyun. The Luck Path's supreme true inheritance was enveloping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, dodging and flying all over the place, with many non-phase hands chasing behind them. Of course, compared to the group behind Fang Yuan, they paled in comparison. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately flew towards Ma Hongyun. Sensing an even greater danger, the Luck Path True Inheritance's light lump instinctively changed its flying direction. But Fang Yuan chased relentlessly, and with extraordinary agility, he gradually got closer to the Luck Path True Inheritance. Let us go, please let us go. Within the Luck Path True Inheritance, Ma Hongyun's pleading voice could be heard. Don't come over, don't come over. Zhao Lianyun's delicate body was also trembling in fear. Fang Yuan's heart was like steel, how could he be shaken? His figure was like lightning, his speed suddenly increased as he flew past the Luck Path True Inheritance in a beautiful arc. The non-phase hands behind him were immediately attracted by the Luck Path True Inheritance's aura, and immediately flocked towards it. We are finished. Ma and Zhao Lianyun's expressions were pale, they could only watch as hundreds of non-phase hands blocked their path and rushed over. High-grade blessed land had an area of 7 to 9 million square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the River of Time and producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. Heaven and earth chi interacted and refined mortal goo into immortal goo. After Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to goo immortal, he refined to immortal goo. It was no doubt a high-grade blessed land. And Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture was a middle-grade blessed land. Although my human chi is higher than Tai Bai Yunxing's, he obtained the help of human chi goo and his human chi greatly surpassed mine. I received the protection of 88-point Jinyang Tower and Giant Sun's will. There were gains and losses. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were isolated outside, only a portion of heaven and earth chi seeped into true inheritance secluded domain. In the end I absorbed it. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind at lightning speed. After all, Giant Sun's will had no choice but to help Fang Yuan resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. He would not be so kind as to let heaven and earth chi seep in so that Fang Yuan could accumulate his goo immortal potential. Besides this, there is another important reason, that is spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada absorbed the water of the tributary of the River of Time. It was akin to cutting off the nutrients. This greatly reduced the success of the strength path immortal aperture. I will run after getting fixed immortal travel. I don't care about this Tai Bai Yunxing anymore. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he had already made up his mind. True inheritance secluded domain was the deepest part of 88-point Jinyang Tower, but there were already so many formless hands. Not to mention the outside world? He had already obtained enough benefits, and he had also successfully advanced to goo immortal. If he continued he might lose his life here. Fang Yuan had thoughts of retreating. But just as he was about to succeed, He Lulan blocked in front of him. Don't think I am afraid of you just because you became a goo immortal. Return my goo worm to me and I will immediately give way. He Lulan screamed. You are courting death. Fang Yuan stared angrily. He wanted nothing more than to chop He Lulan into pieces. But reason made him change his direction and go around He Lulan, continuing to chase. He Lulan sneered. He could not catch up to Fang Yuan, but he was proficient in long-range battles and had many methods to obstruct Fang Yuan's pursuit. Fang Yuan was obstructed by He Lulan time and again. He had no choice but to change his direction. Why are you doing this? Quickly return my goo worm and you will be able to catch up to this formless fist. Don't forget, once the formless fist reaches a certain distance, it will disappear along with the goo worm in its hand. He Lulan urged loudly. He was extremely anxious in his heart. His vital goo was in Fang Yuan's hands, but he had no choice but to endure and conceal it. Fang Yuan shouted in anger. His expression was grim. He naturally could not return the goo worm to He Lulan. The more anxious He Lulan was about this goo worm, the more it showed how important this goo worm was. Moreover, He Lulan was a great enemy. Even if the goo worm was returned to him, what if he did not fulfill his promise and continued to obstruct Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his direction again, taking a longer route to chase after his target. Boom! Right at this time, a loud sound erupted in the world. True Inheritance secluded domain completely shattered, instantly exploding. Glaring white sunlight suddenly filled everyone's vision. For a moment, Fang Yuan and the others were caught unprepared. Their eyes were filled with a vast expanse of white. In such a situation, who would dare to truly close their eyes? Even if their eyes were filled with tears, they still had to squint a little. The white light gradually faded, and in their hazy eyes, everyone found that the sky was high and the earth was wide, and they were in the air. Save me! Many goo masters cried out for help. They were the unlucky ones who had all their goo worms snatched away. Without their goo worms, they would fall to their deaths at such a high speed. No one went to save the others. The goo masters who were barely floating in the air could not even look after themselves. They could only watch in shock. In the sky, there were thousands of formless hands circling around, densely packed together. On the ground, there was smoke everywhere, and the ruins of 88-point Jinyang Tower could be seen everywhere. These broken walls continued to decompose, turning back into goo worms. There were too many goo worms. Even a piece of tile could decompose into goo worms as many as an ant colony. Oh my god! 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Longevity heaven above, how could this happen? Everyone was panicking. A golden rainbow suddenly shone in their vision. Leave the immortal goo behind. The remaining giant suns will had been accumulating power, and finally exploded at this moment. The golden rainbow was like lightning. With lightning speed, it destroyed a formless fist and seized the immortal goo within. Divert disaster goo. Giant suns will poured into the goo body, and immediately activated it. Divert disaster goo burst out with beams of light shooting everywhere. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light immediately shrunk, and their speed fell sharply. The formless hands that were hit by the beams of light melted at a visible speed. The goo worms inside were freed. At once, giant suns will regain several immortal goo. Otherworldly demon. Luck path true inheritance. Giant suns will immediately saw the luck path true inheritance that was trapped by the formless hands, as well as Ma and Zhao who were inside the light lump. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew over. My fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He had lost his target. The formless fist that was holding fixed immortal travel had already disappeared. Carrying fixed immortal travel, it flew away. Fang Yuan had completely lost fixed immortal travel. Damn it. Fang Yuan endured the pain and regret in his heart, calming down. Without fixed immortal travel, he could still use the Stargate to return to Hu immortal blessed land. But the Stargate needed to be opened continuously. Fang Yuan first needed to leave this place, and then find a safe environment. Ancestor is here, you have nowhere to go. Hand over my goo worms, and I can still plead for mercy for you. He Lulan flew over, shouting loudly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. He Lulan's words reminded him that the greatest threat now was the formless hands. Next was Giant Sun's will. Right now, Giant Sun's will was suffering from many attacks. There was less than 100,000th of it left. But it was still not something Fang Yuan could resist. Giant Sun Immortal's will was too vast and vast. Even after such a severe weakening, even if Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he was not its match. More importantly, right now it was seizing immortal goo from all over the place, activating them one by one. Its battle strength was rising rapidly. Ordinary goo worms need primeval essence or immortal essence to activate. No matter how strong Giant Sun's will is, it is only a will, it needs to rely on the rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's as he looked at the distant Giant Sun's will. Just as he glanced at it, a formless hand flew over. Fang Yuan flapped the wings on his back, successfully dodging. Damn it! He Lulan cursed fiercely. He was also obstructed by 3 formless hands along the way. After True Inheritance secluded domain was broken, the number of formless hands in the air had increased by at least 10 times. The attacks of these formless hands caused Fang Yuan, He Lulan and the rest to be exhausted from dodging. They could no longer pay attention to other matters. Bam bam bam, wind blades danced and spiraled, slicing apart the formless hands. The captured goo worms were freed. Giant Sun's will was like a golden dragon, pouncing forward. Chapter 641. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the #1 blessed land in Northern Plains. It had a deep foundation and great fortune. However, after Fang Yuan entered, the Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, and Giant Sun's will fought intensely. Next, it was Tai by Yunxing and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension, continuously extracting the Blessed Land's heaven and earth chi. Furthermore, it was ravaged by the 10-year blizzard, and also the terrifying heavenly tribulation that fused with Tai by Yunxing and Fang Yuan's immortal ascension. It was already very rare for Frost Jade Peacock to last for so long. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction was already a foregone conclusion. The wind veil that formed enveloped Imperial Court Blessed Land into a sphere. The sphere's walls were vast and deep, over 100 feet in diameter. Even if formless hands flew in, they would be minced into powder and assimilated into wind, nourishing the power of the winds of assimilation. Even if Fang Yuan had flash bug goo, he would not be able to break through. However, this wind veil also temporarily isolated the inside from the outside, preventing external forces from interfering. At this moment, 10,000 feet above the ground, 3 goo immortals had ashen expressions as they looked down at the majestic wind veil of assimilation, like a huge dark green bowl that was upside down on the ground. The wind veil looked extremely calm on the surface, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the winds of assimilation. Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction is already a foregone conclusion. What happened inside? How did it end up like this? One of the elderly goo immortals frowned deeply, anger accumulating in his bewilderment. 88-point Jinyang Tower, Imperial Court Blessed Land, was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to benefit his descendants. As descendants of the Huangjin bloodline, they had already recognized Imperial Court Blessed Land as their own territory. Now that their home with precious treasures was destroyed, the righteous path goo immortals of these super tribes. They were like suppressed active volcanoes that were about to explode. Evidently, this is a huge scheme. According to the current investigation, the most suspicious person is that Wolf King Chang Shan-in. There is sufficient evidence. This proves that this person is in disguise. The real Chang Shan-in is already dead. Another young goo immortal said solemnly. After pausing for a while, he continued, "Of course, it is not just Chang Shan-in. Other than him, Tai by Yunxing, Bian Xixian and others are also suspects. This matter is very deep. It involved the forces of Zhongzhou State. According to the current investigation, at least 3 ancient sects in Zhongzhou State have been secretly plotting against 88-point Jinyang Tower for hundreds of years." Central Continent's goo immortals secretly planned. He had spent countless resources and effort to set up an ambush. In the end, these arrangements were all activated by Fang Yuan in advance, and everything became a wedding dress for others. Northern Plains goo immortals were not to be trifled with. Imperial Court Blessed Land 88-point Jinyang Tower was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains. Of utmost importance. Something happened to Royal Court Blessed Land. The phenomenon attracted the attention of all Northern Plains forces. It was a pity that they were on the outskirts and things were developing too quickly. By the time they wanted to save Imperial Court Blessed Land, it was already too late. Sigh. The leading goo immortal sighed deeply. His lips were red and his teeth were white. For some reason he had the appearance of a young child, but his aura was surging and vast. He was the leader of the 3. The most important thing right now is not to pursue this matter. Instead, it was how to recoup the losses. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was arranged by Ancestor Giant Sunday. There were many formless fists. Even Giant Sun's will could only choose from among them and attack heavily, trying to free up more immortal goo to strengthen his own battle strength. But around the giant will dragon, there were also large numbers of formless hands wreaking havoc. Giant Sun's will snatched back goo worms, and these formless hands snatched them back. The two sides fought fiercely, occupying the highest area. Below this battle was the struggle between the surviving goo masters and a small number of formless hands. Even though Giant Sun's will attracted most of the formless hands' firepower, the goo masters were not in a better state than before. True Inheritance secluded domain was destroyed, the goo masters were completely exposed to the world, and were attacked by even more formless hands. The formless hands were almost unaffected by any method, flying and piercing through rocks. They were unobstructed. Only after obtaining the goo worms and tightening into a fist could they be broken. But the formless fists were extremely fast. Not all goo masters could catch up and destroy them. Fang, Yuan, He Lulan and the others were the minority, they were heroes among heroes. Ancestor, please, ah. A mournful scream was suddenly heard. Everyone could not help but raise their heads. They saw a goo master of a super tribe with a pure bloodline was being chased by the formless hands, and had no choice but to fly into the sky to seek help from Giant Sun's will. But in the end he was immediately destroyed by the immortal goo activated by Giant Sun's will. Such power. He Lulan looked up at the sky even with the great strength true martial physique. Even with the great strength true martial physique, he did not dare to get close to Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will completely erupted, his attacks were grand and majestic. He was wholeheartedly fighting against the formless hands for the luck path true inheritance. He did not care about Giant Sun's bloodline descendants. So painful. At this moment Yi Lui Sang drew in a breath of cold air. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty. All the goo worms in his body had been plundered and he fell from the sky. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by goo worms, thus only his bones were fractured, but his life was saved. Seeing the unlucky guy die and his soul vanish, he suddenly felt lucky. Compared to this unlucky goo master, he was at least alive. As long as he was alive, it was better than anything else. Fang Yuan felt an extremely heavy mental pressure. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. He wanted to escape, but he had no ability to change this predicament. Fortunately, Giant Sun's will did not target me first. Instead, he went to deal with the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, and he is wholeheartedly trying to protect the luck path true inheritance. Fang Yuan was clear that once Giant Sun's will got rid of the problem in front of him, he would not let him go. By then he would be like a lamb in a tiger's mouth, or a rabbit in a python's body. Giant Sun's will alone cannot activate most immortal goo. Even if I become a goo immortal, I am still not Giant Sun's will's match in a direct battle. Unless I can sever the connection between it and Giant Sun's immortal essence. Fang Yuan's heart was clear. Unfortunately, there were too many formless hands, he was tired of dealing with them. Other than Giant Sun's will, he had the most immortal goo, there was a lot of remnant aura that attracted the pursuit of many formless hands. At the same time, He Lulan's continuous attacks were also quite a problem. He had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques, a true heaven's favored child, he could be considered the matured version of Bai Ning Bing. Be it battle talent or accumulation, he was extremely outstanding. It would greatly shorten the time taken to think, and increase the results of thinking. This was the true effect of wisdom goo. Right, wisdom goo is also a wild will, it had been hiding all along. When the wind veil of assimilation broke, it instinctively wanted to escape. It's just that it hasn't been used until now. Fang Yuan came to a sudden realization. Fang Yuan was not surprised that wisdom goo could easily injure Giant Sun's will. It had already been mentioned many times, wisdom path was divided into thought, will, and emotion. What were wills made of? Thoughts after thoughts. Under the illumination of wisdom goo, These thoughts collided and expanded rapidly before being destroyed. If it shone on a person, new thoughts would appear in their mind. But Giant Sun Immortal was already dead. Only a will was left behind. This special will was the same as the formless hands, water without a source. Under the light of wisdom Gu, these thoughts collided to the limit and were destroyed at lightning speed, but no new thoughts were produced. Thus the dragon of will was easily cut in half. One could say wisdom Gu countered Giant Sun's will. But this counter cannot make Giant Sun's will go silent. Unless Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's, he endured the dazzling light of Giant Sun's true inheritance and looked up. As expected, he saw over 100 beads of immortal essence falling from the sky. These yellow immortal essence were huge and full, their aura was restrained. Fang Yuan's rank 6 green grape immortal essence could not compare to them. This was rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. The luck path true inheritance had changed hands several times. Ma and Zhao were in great danger, they were on the verge of death. Stop fighting, there must be more immortal Gu inside the wind veil of assimilation. A Gu immortal shouted in the chaos. 3 Chanyu immortals quickly attack. The wind veil of assimilation is about to close. Another Gu immortal reminded. 3 Chanyu immortals gathered together with Gu immortal Tong Zhu as the leader. They quickly looked down. Sure enough, they saw. The wound on the wind veil of assimilation had already closed, only a small crack was left. The wound caused by the winged blade could be said to be huge, but the wind veil of assimilation was closing even faster. Earlier, Gu immortal Tong Zhu had estimated that the wound would close in 8 breaths of time. Now it seemed that the entire process had taken around 8 breaths of time. If they activated the winged blade now, they would definitely be able to open another wound. But the 3 Gu immortals of Chanyu tribe did not make any move. This immortal killer move had terrifying offensive power. But the price was huge, it consumed a lot of immortal essence. In such a chaotic situation, the 3 Chanyu immortals did not dare to use it, they had to leave this method to intimidate the enemies. Brother He Cheng, what should we do now? What should we do now? He tribe Gu immortal He Bai asked. Seeing the wind veil of assimilation close completely, he lost his sense of propriety and quickly asked Gu immortal He Cheng. He Cheng was silent, his expression extremely unsightly. He Bai wanted Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu wholeheartedly. He Lulan had sent a message saying Wooden Chicken Immortal Gu was already in his hands. But now that the wind veil of assimilation closed, He Lulan could not escape, He Bai's plan failed. He Cheng did not have the ability to break the wind veil of assimilation. His voice was extremely gloomy. Brother He Bai, you still have a chance. Those formless hands in the wind veil are extremely likely to capture your Wooden Chicken Gu. Then they will break through the air. Until their power dissipates, the Gu worms seized will also be released. Gu Immortals' investigative methods were much stronger than Gu Masters. After the wound was opened, they immediately saw the danger inside the wind veil. It was also because of the existence of these formless hands that they did not dare to enter the wind veil and take the risk. Is that so? He Bai's eyes immediately brightened, but he soon thought of something. Then nephew He Lulan? He Cheng did not speak, his expression becoming even more gloomy. He Lulan did not grasp this excellent chance to escape the wind veil of assimilation. This made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. But at this moment, Fang Yuan did not have time to think, he threw everything to the back of his mind. He tightly stared at the falling immortal essence of Giant Sunday. His mind was filled with Giant Sun's immortal essence. Gu Masters could not use other people's primeval essence. Gu Immortals could not use other people's immortal essence. After Fang Yuan obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also obtained a lot of Hu Immortal's Green Grape Immortal Essence. But only the Little Fox Land Spirit could use this immortal essence. Land spirits were formed from Gu Immortal's obsessions. Giant Sun's immortal essence could only be used by Giant Sun's will. Even if Fang Yuan obtained this immortal essence, he could not use it at all. But this did not affect Fang Yuan's determination to snatch Giant Sun's immortal essence. Although I can't use it, as long as I snatch all of this immortal essence, the threat of Giant Sun's will drop to 20 to 30%. Fang Yuan flew into the sky, activating all kinds of movement Gu and using all his strength. This excellent opportunity was created by Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan did not grab it tightly, he would be a demonic path overlord. Lulan lightly muttered. The great enemy in his eyes had ended up like this because of a mistake that could not be considered a mistake. His heart was filled with relief, joy, and also a faint sense of sadness. The strength of Giant Sun's will was because he had inherited Giant Sun Immortal's battle experience. Although Fang Yuan had 500 years of rebirth, in this aspect, Giant Sun's will was much stronger and more experienced than him. Once Giant Sun's will found a chance, he would attack continuously, firmly occupying the advantage and rapidly expanding the battle results, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to turn the situation around. Giant Sun Immortal not only had good luck, from this aspect, one could see a trace of his invincibility, as well as his firm and domineering battle talent. It's over. Lulan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing in his hand. In the wind veil of assimilation, he was Fang Yuan's only ally, but he was still unconscious. Lulan casually threw him on the ground, his gaze fixed on the sword of Giant Sun's will. Without any hesitation, the sword of Giant Sun's will fell like lightning, the tip of the sword aimed at Fang Yuan's head. Even though Fang Yuan had transformed into six-armed heavenly zombie king and had the body of a zombie, once his head was pierced, Giant Sun's will would directly enter and destroy his mind, before completely destroying his soul. This was a true fatal blow. Tai Bai Yunxing was unconscious, Fang Yuan was unconscious, they had no strength to retaliate. But just as the sword tip was an inch away from Fang Yuan's head, a wall of water suddenly formed. At the same time, a sharp female voice shouted, "With me here, don't even think of taking his life." "Who is it?" Lulan lost his voice. He looked at the wall of water rippling. The surface of the wall of water formed a whirlpool, wrapping around the sword tip and blocking the sword of Giant Sun's will. At the same time, a powerful and dense aura rose from Fang Yuan's body. Giant Sun's will retracted the sword, retreating at lightning speed, retreating a few hundred steps in an instant. He quietly floated in the air. His voice was deep as he thought of something. "It's you. Tens of thousands of years ago, you barged into 88-point Jinyang Tower, and the fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu was released by you." Mo Yao giggled. "It is hard for you to still remember." As she spoke, the wall of water turned into a water armor, quickly covering Fang Yuan's body. A light blue light enveloped Fang Yuan, his injuries rapidly healed, his severed limbs grew back, his bones and flesh recovered rapidly. Giant Sun's will naturally remembered, because there were Gu worms in 88-point Jinyang Tower that recorded everything. When Mo Yao explored 88-point Jinyang Tower, he did not awaken Giant Sun's will. But after Fang Yuan awakened Giant Sun's will, he immediately used the relevant Gu worms to browse through the records and learn of everything that had happened. Mo Yao's voice and appearance, Fang Yuan's name, as well as all the bad things he had done in 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun's will knew all of them, thus he exposed Fang Yuan's disguise as Chang Shanin. Giant Sun's will was furious. "You bunch of despicable and shameless thieves, you have been eyeing Truyang building for tens of thousands of years. Die." Giant Sun's will attacked furiously, his golden sword flew like lightning, piercing through the air and drawing golden rainbows in the air. These golden rainbows landed on the water armor, creating waves, but they could not penetrate the armor's defense. Fang Yuan finally woke up. "This is Rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion?" He looked at the water armor on his body and came to a realization. As it turned out, at some point in time, Water Pavilion had been attached to his body. He was in a daze, his life hanging by a thread. It was Mo Yao's will that activated Water Pavilion and protected him. What was more troublesome was that it could split and regroup. Suddenly, it would split into 2 or 3 sword rainbows, circling around and attacking, causing Fang Yuan to lose sight of the other. Sometimes it would turn into a hammer and a sword. The huge hammer smashed through Fang Yuan's arm defense, and the sword rainbow shot out like lightning. All sorts of transformations complemented each other. It was extremely exquisite. It could be said that the specialty and essence of the Battle of Wills was fully displayed. As for Fang Yuan's rebirth, he walked the strength path and enslavement path. He was proficient in fighting head-on, or the path of gathering people to suppress others. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, it was hard to have any methods to restrain him. For a moment he was at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. It was normal. In the sky, Fang Yuan's green-black figure and Giant Sun's will's golden rainbow fought, forming the largest battle. Large numbers of Gu worms were still flying around. Their survival instincts made them avoid Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will, while avoiding the Formless Hand's pursuit. Even after so many goo worms flew out, there are still countless goo groups. It is hard to imagine how many immortal goo were used in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Yi Luisang raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Most of his injuries had already healed. At the crucial moment, the reputation of a super tribe was still useful, allowing Yi Luisang to obtain the help of other goo masters. There are not many Formless Hands left. Although we lost many goo worms, we have so many goo worms with us, we can capture them and recover our battle strength. A goo master suggested loudly. This suggestion was quickly agreed upon by other goo masters. We need to cooperate sincerely, we need to move quickly. The wind veil of assimilation is getting thicker and spreading, the space inside will become smaller and smaller. At this time, He Lulan carried the unconscious Tai by Yunxing and walked over. The wind veil of assimilation is not something we mortals can deal with. To escape with our lives, we need to rely on Ancestor Giant Sun's strength. Everyone was silent. In the sky above them, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun's will were fighting intensely from time to time. There were explosions and furious roars. It was like a raging fire. Whether it was Fang Yuan or Giant Sun's will, the terrifying battle made everyone's hearts palpitate. They subconsciously avoided them, not wanting to take the initiative to participate in the battle between these two experts. But He Lulan's words were extremely correct. Just relying on the mortal goo they subdued, no matter how many, would not be able to break through the wind veil of assimilation. He Lulan continued, "Don't worry, how can this scoundrel be Ancestor's match? Can't you see Ancestor has already gained the upper hand?" Everyone's eyes brightened. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. This was a sign that it was on the verge of collapse. Far away, a huge sphere of light expanded once again. Wisdom Goo, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of dying and used all its strength to resist fate, preventing other existences from getting close. All of this showed, there was not much time left. He Lulan decided not to wait any longer. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command, attack together. Don't let any internal friction cause our offense to weaken." Everyone immediately nodded with a solemn expression. To them, killing Fang Yuan was a chance to survive. However, just as He Lulan and the others were about to attack, Giant Sun's will suddenly laughed. "Oh Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap." Saying so, he retreated. The will had almost no weight, it retreated as fast as lightning, retreating 1,000 steps in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he saw a formless hand grabbing towards him. He could not help but exclaim, "Seven-fingered formless hand." It turned out that Giant Sun's will had pretended to clash with Fang Yuan, and did not hesitate to self-destruct to lure Fang Yuan to resist, attacking crazily to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, and at the same time obstructed his vision. It was to lure a formless hand. Inside the wind curtain, although the formless hands were decreasing, there were still some remaining. Giant Sun's will lacked immortal essence and could not use immortal goo, but he did not place his hopes on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the formless hands as an external force. He secretly split out a portion of his will and wrapped it around many immortal goo to lure the formless hands. The formless hands were faster than Giant Sun's will, so Giant Sun's will passed the formless hands layer by layer. He split out 10 portions of his will and wrapped them around immortal goo, not far from each other. Once the formless hands got close, they would destroy the immortal goo. If the formless hands did not succeed, they would sense the aura of the next immortal goo and pounce over. Like this, after Giant Sun's will lost 8 immortal goo, he finally succeeded in luring the formless hands over. Quickly dodge. Mo Yao's will screamed. It's too late. Fang Yuan was already running, activating Eagle Rise goo at the same time. But it was no use, he needed time to increase his speed, and the formless hands had already reached him. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's will sighed faintly. He suddenly swept up Water Pavilion and broke away from Fang Yuan, fiercely crashing towards the 7-fingered formless hands. The 7-fingered formless hands grabbed and immediately snatched away the rank 7 immortal goo water milk goo that formed Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was formed from over 3,000 goo worms. Each goo worm was interconnected and indistinctly resonated with each other. Its core was the rank 7 water milk immortal goo. Other than that, there were 2 supplementary immortal goo. They were the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. Right now, the only and also the biggest core was water milk immortal goo. After being grabbed by the formless hands, Water Pavilion immediately crumbled and disintegrated. Haha, let's see how you can block me this time. Giant Suns will laughed continuously. He had paid a huge price and finally obtained the result he wanted. The formless fists carried water milk goo and soared into the sky. Quickly destroy it. Mo Yao's will screamed. The remaining 3,000 goo worms were wrapped in red date immortal essence beads. They coiled around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already done so. He activated almost all of his movement goo and chased after the formless fists. At the same time he released a majestic attack. Giant Suns will snorted coldly and continued to block. Let's attack too. He Lulan and the rest saw an opportunity and rushed to join the battle, ruining Fang Yuan's plan. You guys came at the right time. Giant Suns will praised. He changed his tactic. No longer blocking, he turned into a rainbow light and sneak attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the Goo Master's attacks. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to block them. But Giant Sun's will's attacks made him extremely wary. Giant Sun's will did not obstruct Fang Yuan at all. He showed his tactic. Chase, I'll let you chase. In the process of chasing, I can kill you. Water Pavilion was broken, and Mo Yao's will could no longer provide the same defense as before. Fang Yuan fell into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the rest's attacks were also troublesome, greatly hindering his speed. Slap. Giant Sun's will attacked fiercely, turning into a crescent shovel. He suddenly changed his target and cut the goo worms around Fang Yuan into 2. Oh no, my red date immortal essence. Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many of his goo worms destroyed by Giant Sun's will, his red date immortal essence was also snatched away. He did not have much red date immortal essence to begin with. Now that it was gone, Mo Yao was immediately silenced. Mo Yao, I will open my aperture, quickly come in. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, at the same time retreating rapidly. Giant Sun's will had used up his moves. He could not chase in time. Thus Fang Yuan managed to pull some distance away. He snorted coldly and immediately flew over. But using this time, Mo Yao's will controlled the remaining immortal goo and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend me worldly wave trace goo. Fang Yuan urged anxiously. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate, saying, I have no immortal essence left anyway. I will lend you these goo worms. Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only temporarily suppress them with his will. There were only 2 that he did not suppress with his will. They were Tai by Yunqing's landscape as before and man as before. Unfortunately, without Tai by Yunqing's permission, Fang Yuan could not borrow them. Now that he had obtained Mo Yao's confirmation, Fang Yuan immediately used one of the rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, using a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish, the size of a baby's fist. It wrapped around a bead of green grape immortal essence and slowly swallowed it. Swoosh. A huge wave appeared under Fang Yuan's feet, moving Fang Yuan rapidly, immediately pulling away from Giant Sun's will. Worldly wave trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan was not a water path goo immortal, he was already a rank 6 goo immortal. He had the qualifications to activate it. Giant Sun's will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan had escaped from him since the start of the battle. But he was only slightly shocked. He sneered, if this was the outside world, I would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, under this wind veil of assimilation, space is getting more and more limited. Just run. As time passes, I'll catch you one day. Give up struggling. You destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. You destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You still want to leave? Don't be delusional. You are already dead. Don't worry, even if I die, I will drag all of you down with me. Don't think about having an easy time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and fangs looked even more sinister. Then come and fight. Don't keep running if you have the guts. Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased after him with surging killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight him. He no longer had Water Pavilion to protect his mind. Once Giant Sun's will found a flaw in the battle, he would be able to attack his mind. At that time he would fall into chaos again, unable to think. He would be at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. However, what Giant Sons Will said earlier was not wrong. Giant Sons Will said as he split into a dozen or so goo worms and sent them into everyone's apertures. Everyone had 38 goo worms. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Sons Will. Under the cooperation of Giant Sons Will, everyone immediately refined the goo worms and received special pointers to learn the killer move. This killer move. After He Lulan and the others comprehended it, they showed expressions of pleasant surprise and admiration. It is just a small piece of work that my main body created when I was free. I never had a name for it. Giant Sons Will said indifferently, right now it is indeed useful, so let's call it the 38 sealing technique. After obtaining the killer move, He Lulan and the others immediately activated it, breathing out streams of purple light chi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, trying his best to dodge. But the space was limited, the purple light chi was mixed in with other attacks and could not avoid being hit. So that's it, this killer move's effect is like this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 sealing killer move targeted goo worms. This concept was not strange, most of a goo master's battle strength came from their goo worms. Thus, many goo worms targeted this point like rank 4 flattening the bone goo, rank 5 crow 7 goo. But this 38 sealing killer move's effect was much stronger than the crow 7 goo. When a goo master was hit by it, all of their goo worms would be sealed. This killer move naturally could not seal a mortal goo. But for mortal goo, the higher the target's rank, the shorter the sealing time. But it was completely sealed, the goo worms that formed it were ordinary and could be easily collected. It involved chi path, and even offensive goo worms could follow the chi path and be sealed immediately. This was an exceptional killer move, and was especially suitable for the current situation. After Fang Yuan was hit, his defensive goo were sealed one after another. The stone door was invaded by the purple light chi, and the stone door shield goo was immediately sealed. The white bone shields floating around Fang Yuan were enveloped by the purple light chi, and fell to the ground, turning back into flying bone shield goo. Fang Yuan's wind blades, as long as they came into contact with the purple light chi, even if the corresponding wind blade goo was stored in Fang Yuan's aperture, a layer of faint purple chi would appear on the goo worms, and they would also be sealed. Historically, it was easy to seal defensive goo but difficult to seal offensive goo because defensive goo were easy to come into contact with. But the 38 sealing killer move treated all goo equally. Fang Yuan's goo worms were getting fewer and fewer as he used them. He did not have many defensive goo to begin with, and could not resist the purple light chi. He could only move around and dodge. But this place was only so big, there would always be a time when he could not dodge. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather have more offensive goo sealed, and use defensive goo to protect himself. Once the purple light chi came into contact with his 6-arm heavenly zombie body, the corresponding goo worms might be sealed, and the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king would be destroyed. Soon, Fang Yuan's firepower thinned, and he was suppressed by the other goo masters. I'll kill you, you devil! Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly, and shot out hundreds of fireballs with a wave of his hand. The fireballs exploded one after another, causing rocks to fly, and thunder to rumble. Fang Yuan dodged everywhere and was caught in the explosions, his skin and flesh were torn open. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, "How can I be stupid enough to believe a word of it?" Shortly after, he sighed, to think that I still have to use my final trump card." "You still have a trump card?" "To speak the truth, I have a spring-autumn cicada." "What? Spring-autumn cicada? Don't tell me it is that world's 7th-ranked mystical goo, the one that can reverse the flow of time and make people return to the past, the spring-autumn cicada that can change history?" Mo Yao's will cried out in shock. You gave me this mission to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why did you give up the favorable position to protect me at the critical moment? Could it be that after these days of interaction, you have changed your principles and are leaning towards me? I don't think my charm has reached such a level. This is enough to prove that the mission you said you were going to return was just a cover. Fang Yuan's tone was plain, but Mo Yao's Will's voice was like thunder. She fell into silence. This time she did not retort. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, "Other than this, you have other flaws. First, you attached Water Pavilion to me but concealed this. You clearly had ill intentions. You wanted to use this rank 7 immortal goo house to restrict me at the crucial moment. Second, if you really wanted to cooperate with me, why did you hide your will? This means that once your will's identity is exposed, I will be suspicious. Third, you purposely miscalculated the time and made me turn into 6-armed heavenly zombie. I actually felt discouraged after becoming a zombie. This was also your doing. Fourth, you played tricks on me many times, secretly influencing my thoughts and making me think of using Spring Autumn Cicada many times. My will has always been firm. I do not hesitate. I plan before taking action. Once I make a decision, I will execute it. How could I have the same thought over and over again? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence and I had become a goo immortal, why didn't you lend Water Pavilion to me earlier? You clearly had other plans." Mo Yao's Will raised her head and laughed, retorting, "Fang Yuan, you are speaking incoherently. Don't forget I saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's Will already. Now you are saying that I purposely harmed you and miscalculated the time and made you turn into 6-armed heavenly zombie king. I saved you and harmed you at the same time. Am I crazy? Of course you are not. You have always been clear-headed. Harming me and saving me at the same time, this is all part of your plan. As long as I put myself in your shoes, it is not hard to guess your motives." After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, "If I am a will that has remained in this world for 10,000 years, but my main body is already dead and my loved one has failed the tribulation. At this time, if I saw Spring Autumn Cicada, what would I do? The answer is self-evident. I would naturally want to use Spring Autumn Cicada to go against the River of Time. Spring Autumn Cicada's effect is to sacrifice the Goo Master completely, leaving only the Goo Master's consciousness in the Goo Worm. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into Spring Autumn Cicada and destroy the Goo Master's will, replacing it and returning to the past to be reborn, changing my own history." Fang Yuan's analysis was powerful and resonant, showing his extraordinary confidence. The pupils of Mo Yao's Will shrunk, falling into silence again. Fang Yuan said, "However, there are many difficulties for you to achieve this goal. There are 2 main obstacles. First, you are only a will. No matter what your will is, you are unable to activate most goo worms independently. Spring Autumn Cicada is not only one of these, it requires even more. It requires the Goo Master to self-detonate, sacrificing their primeval essence, flesh and blood, as well as the other goo worms in their body as a source of power. The stronger this power is, the more ancient the past it can return to. Second, Spring Autumn Cicada is my goo worm. It is also my vital goo. It is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. It is not easy to forcefully snatch it. Later, I found many wisdom path goo worms that can produce many kinds of wills, thus it is even harder for you to snatch it. This way, you can only feign civility with me and act according to the situation. On one hand, you need to strengthen me, help me and raise my foundation so that when I self-detonate, I can obtain a stronger force to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. On the other hand, you need to take advantage of the situation and create a desperate situation, making me have no choice but to use Spring Autumn Cicada despite the huge risk." Saying so, Fang Yuan sighed, "I was wary of you before, but as you gradually influenced my thoughts, I eventually fell into your schemes and arrangements. You secretly influenced me, causing me to constantly take risks in Truyang building. You also encouraged me to deal with Ma Hongyun, Giant Sun's Will and He Lulan. Many things were clearly not beneficial and were not rational, but I was impulsive again and again. You made me create strong enemies everywhere. It was to make it easier to create a desperate situation. But on the other hand, you were afraid that if you did not handle it well, I would die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was hanging by a thread, you had no choice but to take action and expose Water Pavilion to protect me from Giant Sun's Will's fatal attack. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the Formless Hand, you drove Water Pavilion to crash into it. It was because you were afraid that it would randomly grab my Spring Autumn Cicada and expose it. The communication between wills, although there was a lot of content, was extremely fast. But after Fang Yuan finished speaking, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. His mind was silent. And outside, Giant Sun's will had already counted down from 10 to 6. Finally, Mo Yao broke the silence. He clapped and laughed. Good analysis. It was truly meticulous and well organized. To think that after planning for so long, I still could not deceive you. You really made me look at you in a different light. Lad, even if you have been reborn, your talent is still outstanding. If I were alive, we might become good friends. Who knows? What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan saw through everything. He laid his cards on the table with Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will could not hide it anymore. At this moment, she chose to be honest. Her figure was graceful, her face was covered with a black veil. Although she was a will, she was like a blooming night lotus, elegant and graceful. Her temperament was superb. As expected of the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, a rank 7 Gu immortal and a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her scheme was exposed, she did not feel embarrassed. Seeing that there was no hope of concealing it, she was very frank and straightforward. She sighed. Back then, my main body took a risk and entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. I obtained a true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On one hand, it was to be prepared, to preserve the possibility of refining calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Fang Yuan grinned, giving off an eerie aura. He raised his only remaining arm and swung his fist at her. Boom. The strength path phantoms you release are actually the image of your subconscious. Mother Su Xian was on the verge of death. She used an extremely weak voice to warn him with worry. He Lulan sat at the head of the bed, grabbing her hand as she nodded while sobbing. The legends of Renzu told us long ago, everyone has a version of themselves in their heart. Child, your strength path phantoms are the version of yourself in your heart. From this, we can see that you thirst for power, you desire to leave your female identity and become a man. Try to use this killer move as little as possible. Be careful that the killer move will subtly influence you, eventually turning you into the cruel nature of the strength path phantoms. Su Xian nagged, almost using up all of her strength. Mother, I know, don't worry. Bean-sized teardrops rolled down He Lolan's cheeks. One day, when the strength path phantoms you release are completely in your appearance, Mother will be at ease. Remember, you have to find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. After Su Xian said this, she used up the last of her strength and passed away. Mother. In the room, He Lolan's heartbroken voice echoed. He Lulan, what are you doing? You are actually absent-minded at this time? Giant Sun's will roared angrily, breaking He Lolan's memories. He Lulan woke up, she stared at Fang Yuan, her emotions were very complicated. This guy had actually found her? How did he do it? It is the final moment, the wind veil of assimilation is approaching. He Lulan self-detonate, I will save you, I swear on the glory of Giant Sun. Giant Sun's will ordered. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. Although he had the phantoms to protect him, he was sure he could hold on for a period of time to open the Stargate. But at this moment he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly tried to sow discord. Hey Lulan, you are an outstanding talent of your generation. Even if Giant Sun's will has an immortal goo, his immortal essence is still in my hands. What can he use to save you? Why don't you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan had only wanted to give it a try, he did not have much hope. But after He Lulan heard this, her movements slowed down, her battle intent also clearly dropped. Giant Sun's will saw that the situation was bad, he quickly shouted, "Don't listen to this demon's nonsense, he cannot be trusted. He Lulan, don't hesitate, this is our final chance to turn the tables. Don't tell me you don't trust your ancestor? Don't forget, I am only lending the strength path immortal goo to you, it still has my will inside. As long as I willed it, the immortal goo will self-detonate." He Lulan shouted, her battle intent rising again. "Demon, you have a glib tongue, you are as crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me earlier? I will make you pay the most disastrous price, hand over your life." He Lulan erupted, like a raging dragon entering the sea, she carved out a path of blood from the encirclement of the phantom army. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Good, I want to personally experience the power of the great strength true martial physique." Saying so, he took the initiative to face He Lulan in close combat. Although 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. And this was under the situation where Fang Yuan had unlimited primeval essence, and large numbers of mortal goo were constantly activated. He Lulan's feelings were even more different. Fang Yuan's strength, together with the coordination of the surrounding strength path phantoms, made her feel heavy pressure, she was continuously injured. But the recovery ability of the great strength true martial physique was even stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the pain made He Lulan even more fierce. At once, both sides exchanged blows evenly matched. "I have already profited greatly, senior brother, don't worry about it, you should be happy." Before Fang Yuan left, he opened a stargate. Wisdom Gu realized this was a passageway to the outside world, its survival instincts drove it to fly towards Fang Yuan. This was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Stargate Gu was a mortal Gu, it could not bear the might of an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He stored Wisdom Gu into his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu concealed its aura, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture became a dead land, its endurance rose sharply. It did not take long for Stargate Gu to pass through, Fang Yuan almost could not take it. The first thing he did after returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was to quickly release Wisdom Gu. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was also a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was planted on Tianti Mountain, absorbing the earth chi of Central Continent, it was very stable. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as an immortal aperture hidden in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunxing also knew. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things, junior brother's ability is something I admire from the bottom of my heart. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal Gu cannot cure your zombie corpse. Why don't you let me do it? Let's try using man as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's emotions were sincere as he said this, he had already stood up impatiently. But Fang Yuan stopped him. "Senior brother, you are very clear in your heart. This man as before immortal Gu can only restore a person to their previous state. Although it has the ability to revive, so much time has passed, who knows how many billions of seconds have passed, how can I be restored to my previous state? Even if I use it, it will be a waste, why waste the precious green grape immortal essence?" Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was ashen, his emotions were unstable. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm. He fiercely slapped his own face. Slap slap slap. 5 to 6 times Tai Bai Yunxing actually slapped himself. Senior brother. Stop. Why are you doing this? Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up and stretched out his arms, grabbing Tai Bai Yunxing's hand. Tai Bai Yunxing could not match Fang Yuan's strength. After being restrained, he cried bitterly, "Junior brother, I have let you down, I have let you down." As he cried, his knees bent, he was about to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly helped him up, asking in shock, "Senior brother, why are you like this?" "Junior brother, if I had directly lent man as before immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment, and you would not have ended up like this." Tai Bai Yunxing cried bitterly. He had a kind nature, even though he had harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's lives, that was a human survival instinct. To him, Fang Yuan was his benefactor. He was also his little junior brother. They belonged to the same sect, but he was both his benefactor and his little junior brother, but he was harmed by his own negligence. If Tai Bai Yunxing had taken the initiative to lend his Gu to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward situation. After Tai Bai Yunxing woke up, this thought had been lingering in his mind, causing him to feel ashamed to death and be filled with remorse. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing was paralyzed on the ground, feeling sad and ashamed. He was relying on Fang Yuan to support him. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. Looking down at Tai Bai Yunxing, who was crying bitterly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. "I am very happy that you can think this way." He smiled inwardly but said sincerely, "Senior brother, you don't have to be so sad. Although it is hard to recover from a zombie body, I still have many flaws. Don't forget that we have wisdom Gu." Tai Bai Yunxing took a step back, his gaze meeting Fang Yuan's red eyes. He suddenly raised his palm. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Junior martial brother, don't worry. I will engrave your kindness in my heart, I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven, even if master has no way, I, Tai Bai Yunxing, will use all my strength to revive junior brother." Ah. Longevity heaven is Giant Sun Immortal's grotto heaven? We just tore down this old guy's Truyang building, you swear to it, isn't that too fake? Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. "Senior brother, I won't be polite with you. We're on the same side and I've saved your life before. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring, you have to repay this kindness." Say it. Tai Bai Yunxing answered immediately without a trace of hesitation. He had already decided to repay the kindness. Even if Fang Yuan asked him to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, he would not refuse. These days since he woke up, his conscience had been heavily reprimanded. Paying and sacrificing for Fang Yuan would make his conscience feel better. So Fang Yuan also said solemnly, "I have been brooding about this for a long time. That is the problem of our seniority. I was master's true disciple before, but now that you have become an immortal, you have surpassed me, but I am not convinced. I was originally a strength path Gu immortal, although I am a zombie now, I will return to that sooner or later. So according to seniority, I am the senior brother, and you are the junior brother." Tai Bai Yunxing stared. He had never expected that Fang Yuan's solemn request for him to repay the kindness was actually such a small matter. A feeling of gratitude welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was clearly not trying to force him to repay the kindness, but was he, Tai Bai Yunxing, a vile person who did not know how to repay kindness? Tai Bai Yunxing sighed inwardly. He stretched out his palm and patted Fang Yuan's rock-hard thigh. The thick leg hair pricked his palm and caused some pain. 10 feet was equivalent to 3 meters on Earth. Fang Yuan was 6 feet tall. He was a 6.5-meter giant. Tai Bai Yunxing could only pat Fang Yuan's thigh. He was silent for a while before raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan's face. He sneered, "Oh junior brother, in your dreams. How can seniority be messed around? Unless master rearranges it, I will definitely be the senior brother, ha. Tai Bai Yunxing was a proud person. How could he repay the kindness he owed others so easily? Fang Yuan shouted, venting his dissatisfaction. "Old Bai, how can you be such a vile person? Did you forget what you said just now? I will absolutely not call you senior brother." "Aha junior brother, I can understand you, I don't mind." Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, but he was moved to tears. How many years had it been since he laughed so heartily like this? He had finally found the group. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him as if they were family. Next, inspiration appeared one after another, the dusty memories became clear. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated his mind to recall, these vast and complicated memories would appear vividly in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed to have become bright. Wisdom path is different from other paths, it is mysterious and profound, you have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's will criticized Fang Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fang Yuan had a broad mind, he was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed heartily. You are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow, but thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea. Saying so, her will soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this will to fly up and reach Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan understood all the information this will had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult. This was normal. If not for this, wisdom path Gu masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path Gu masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed, no wonder she left her name in history. Fang Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through, she failed completely. She could not even self-destruct, she was imprisoned in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan and answered Fang Yuan's questions. She was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day Fang Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured or died in battle, Mo Yao's will would have a chance to escape. Mo Yao's will was not discouraged, she was still persevering. Fang Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now Mo Yao's will cooperated with him, it was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound, there are very few Gu masters and Gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fang Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path Gu worms from jewel yellow skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now, his purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom, he could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it. Because Mo Yao's will knew, Fang Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people, forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent a probing letter. Chapter 661. Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and Gu worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Fang Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 Gu worm is actually so strong. And this is because I have not refined wisdom Gu, I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Different from thinking about the situation or his own situation, there were many factors to consider in perfecting the Immortal Gu recipe. A set of similar Gu refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types. Not to mention the combination of all kinds of Gu worms. Precisely so, The willpower in Fang Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the gruel mud goo recipe. But at this speed, if I complete it alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. A dozen breaths of time compared to half a year, this showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Fang Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in jewel yellow skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower. And mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed unless I use the rank 6 delight in water and mountain goo. Fang Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Fang Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path mortal goo was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while it finally came to a stop. A third of Fang Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use delight in water and mountain goo 3 times, my mind will be filled? No wonder the market of jewel yellow skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Fang Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome. It felt so good. It was as if there were no shackles and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was. The more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered, and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Chapter 664. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom was dim and uncertain. Fang Yuan was inside, standing silently. Only when the will in his mind was exhausted did he open his eyes and leave the light of wisdom. His deductions just now had some results. But Fang Yuan's heart was heavy because of this. To seal spring-autumn cicada, I need over 6,000 mortal goo, among which almost half are rank 5 goo, as well as 2,000 rare goo, and over 800 ancient goo. Some of these ancient goo are on the verge of extinction, and some might already be extinct. My initial estimation is that if I really use this method, I will need about 23 immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan was extremely poor. 23 immortal Yuan stones was an unattainable number for the current him. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this. Because spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster, the pressure on the first aperture was getting increasingly severe. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into a zombie body, and his first aperture had become a dead aperture, thus he could last until now. If it was the previous aperture, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I still have over 2 months to plan. If I exceed this time limit, even the first dead aperture will be destroyed. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. He was currently a living dead person. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing his first aperture would undoubtedly greatly affect his future cultivation potential. This was an immeasurable and disastrous loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. To earn 23 immortal Yuan stones in a short period of time, the only way was to sell immortal goo recipes. After returning to Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan summoned Tai Bai Yunxing. These days I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, almost without sleep. But land spirit of Langya's divine sense has never appeared. Tai Bai Yunxing's answer disappointed Fang Yuan. Land spirit of Langya used divine sense goo, and called himself Langya Old Immortal, in jewel yellow skies, and was quite active and experienced in jewel yellow skies. However, he had yet to show his face, and it seemed like there was no news about him at all. Fang Yuan keenly sensed that there might be a problem with the land spirit of Langya. He recalled that in his previous life, Langya Blessed Land had suffered 7 waves of attacks. When I was in Northern Plains, there were already 2 waves of enemies attacking Langya Blessed Land. Don't tell me the 3rd wave of attacks has already occurred, causing the land spirit of Langya to have no time to refine goo and is tired of dealing with them? In this regard, the memories from his previous life could not help Fang Yuan. He only remembered that there were 7 waves of attacks, but he did not remember the exact time when these 7 waves of attacks took place. Even if he remembered the exact time, this world had already been greatly affected and changed by him. Perhaps after layers upon layers of influence, the attack would be brought forward. My horizons have been broadened these past few days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half a piece of immortal Yuan stone. A caddy of hurricane mountain pepper was sold for 1 immortal Yuan stone. What the hell was a divine pearl necklace? To think that 10 of them could be sold for half an immortal Yuan stone. And that threaded white thread iron is even more exaggerated. It is only the size of a pinky finger, but it actually costs 3 immortal Yuan stone. Oh heavens, I have completely discovered that I am truly a pauper. Tai Bai Yunxing talked about his gains these past few days. He chattered endlessly and sighed deeply. She was residing in Fang Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle of Northern Plains. She knew that Fang Yuan had wisdom goo, thus it was not hard to guess Fang Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was very likely to know an immortal goo remnant recipe that fit Fang Yuan's criteria. But if she did not say it, Fang Yuan lacked wisdom path methods. He could not do anything to her. Under such a situation, He Lulan suddenly arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan had lost the Stargate goo. He could not return to Northern Plains by himself. He Lulan was able to arrive at Dang Hun Mountain using fixed immortal travel. As for why she knew about the scenery here, that was because Fang Yuan had sent her a will of his own accord. This was the agreed plan, but Fang Yuan was still surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month until the agreed time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tone was deep, revealing a trace of anxiety. To be able to make this ambitious person anxious, it seemed the situation in Northern Plains was not optimistic. But soon she realized something was wrong. She restrained her emotions and sneered with her arms crossed. Of course I have another goal. I want to catch you off guard. After all, this should be your headquarters. If you set a trap for me, I might be able to disrupt your plans by coming here in advance. The land spirit of Langya sighed, "Luck path is a different path, it points to the depths of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The one who created it, Giant Sun Immortal, had shocking talent and extraordinary talent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal discussed Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights, even my main body was filled with admiration towards him." The Inkman King added, "The 10 venerables in history are all supreme monuments. Even as an Inkman, I have no choice but to admire them." He had already seen through Fang Yuan's scheme. He wanted to use the land spirit of Langya to obtain information about immortal Gu. But he did not expose this. Fang Yuan did not harm the land spirit of Langya. Inkman King did not want to ruin his fragile relationship with Fang Yuan just for this. Fang Yuan nodded at Inkman King before looking at the land spirit of Langya. "Let's return to the transaction. I am very sincere. I have never thought of using this chance to covet your immortal Gu recipe. Land spirit, before I deduce the immortal Gu recipe for you, I will give you an immortal Gu as collateral. At that time, even if I cannot deduce it and see the immortal Gu recipe, you can take my immortal Gu. That way you can be at ease." The value of immortal Gu usually far surpassed the immortal Gu recipe. The land spirit of Langya and Inkman King looked at each other, shouting, "Brat, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Alright, I will not take any risks in this transaction, I can even earn some. I will say the ugly words first, I will give you at most 3 immortal Gu recipes. No matter which immortal Gu recipe it is, you will have to deduce it completely to be considered a success. If you succeed in deducing an immortal Gu recipe, give it to me, I will give you the immortal Yuan stone and another remnant recipe." Okay. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately agreeing. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.